And ahoy and welcome. This is your boy Kurix_Tuper, and today, or rather tonight, today is a Monday, January 13, 2025. And it's currently 12:01 in the morning. Happy weekends to, I think it's still no, it's already a Monday. But for those living outside the Philippines, still a happy weekends. And for those who are in the Philippines, ayan, it's a Monday now. Why are you still up? And a good morning, or good evening to whatever part of the globe you're in. All I can say is a wonderful day to each and every one of you. And in today's stream, we are going to picking up Stoneshard. If the last stream, I think that was yesterday, I streamed the Stoneshard prologue, the demo for Stoneshard, and I like what I experienced. So wait, can you guys hear the game? No, I think you. Let me just check the properties. Game Stoneshard. Okay, okay, there you go. So as I was saying, yesterday? No. On Saturday, we streamed Stoneshard Prologue. It's a old school, turn-based, open world, challenging uh, RPG indie. It is still on early access, and it recently got the Rags to Riches update. But this is my first time playing it. I finally picked it up, and tara, without further ado, let's jump right into it. We have seen TTV redeeming the purse, and we have Sir Dapper Smurf for lurking. Thank you. Have a wonderful a Monday or Sunday, whatever parts of the globe you're in. And we're about to start our Stoneshard stream. And of course, I've also plotted or checked out or converted the time on which the Path of Exile stream will be live, which is it's going to be live at around 4:30 in the morning of a Monday here in the Philippines. So that will be later. That will be like 4 hours and 30 minutes. And if I like what my experience is here, I'll probably end up stumbling upon, or rather, uh, maybe I can pause my Stoneshard and then react to the Path of Exile to update. And then if it goes live, I'll download it. And then later within the day, I'll probably jump back into Path of Exile too. That is my condition. Na if I will play Path of Exile again once they roll out some significant updates, and I think the next one will be a hefty or huge update. And of course, I can't play it because I uninstalled it at the moment. And then we're going to play Stoneshard Episode 1. We played the tutorial, which was a very long tutorial. I played that last Saturday, and it took me like 3 hours to finish the tutorial. Well, of course, I died a number of times, pero I like what I experienced, and uh, it was only a taste of good things to come. So I think they will no longer ask me to play the tutorial because I already have it, and then I already got the achievements as well. So we're just jumping into the game. And without further ado, let's jump right into it. Actually, that's our second without further ado. Yo, Ishi, thank you for checking in. We have Cocolate. We have Howard Floyd de Leon. And if you guys are like a bit sleepy or about to retire, oo nga eh. Oo nga, inuulam mo yung kalapati. Thank you, Ishi, for the redeems. Hi, Memer. Bye, Memer. Hi and bye agad. Thank you. Our lovely Ishi, or as most streamer likes to call her, Ishel Shy. Yan. Ayan po yung dalawang name po ni Ishi. It's either Ishi or Ishel Shy. Or is Shell Shy. Yan. Is Shell Shy. Ayan. Ang daling i-butcher na Twitch handle. Stoneshard. And then we're about to start our stream. Wait lang guys, I'm just Okay, wait. I'm charging my phone as well. Okay, let's see. And feel free to drop by the chat if you are fellow streamers and I've already set up the auto shoutout, so you can see yung Pixel Chat pick up your channel. Ayan. Pag ikaw, ginantihan ko dyan. Kuri? Si Kuri Tooper. Ayan yung ilan sa mga mispronunciation sa handle ko eh. Pero ayan, let's jump right into the game. Stoneshard. Let's play it. It's still on beta, 0.9.1.15. What's that? This save file is compatible with the following version. Roll back to the required version through the game's Steam settings RMB in your library. Continue. Well, I can probably load game. Ayun may save. We can no longer play it. Wait. How about we click new game? There's a prologue. Complete the tutorial and learn the backstory of the main game. We already permadeath mode. In permadeath mode, your saves are irreversibly erased upon the character's death. Should I go with permadeath? Should I go with permadeath? If ever, that will be my first time playing Bato ni Kurix. You would like this hard stone on you. Never mind. Permadeath mode. Ayan, si Bomadom naman has been trying Chef RPG, and I think tomorrow he will be trying out Mirthwood. Mirthwood has been parang one of the games that Shiraberry has been streaming earlier. Hardcore Bastos. Anong Bastos? Permadeath? Nah. I don't want to frustrate myself. So this is the actual game proper. We have already finished the prologue. Osbrook, a few weeks later.
So here I am. The caravan is gone. My leg is crippled. Half my men are dead, and the other half are deserters and traitors. The host be praised. At least I've got the Stoneshard.
Oh, at least Varen is still alive. We took control of Varen from the prologue. Okay. It's good to see and hear him again after one day.
If I knew I had to deal with an entire cult of devil knows what, I'd think thrice before getting into the whole mess. I'm too old for an adventure like this. If only I could have a good talk with Gwinnell right now. I'd ask him what the hell is going on. I've been doing this for 30 years, but I've never found myself in such a tough spot.
And there's also this contract system in this game, like, it's more like quests. If you take it, you need to abide by it, whatever the contract is. Maybe later it will be fleshed out. On the prologue, they did mention a contract, and then I saw the Rags to Riches update. There's a caravan update as well. So this is more of an action adventure rather than a cozy farming game, like what you guys are used to seeing on Bomadom or Shira Bear you stream. Ayan, I kind of like it. It's completely different from Traveler's Rest. Pero there are some elements of parang management, so I guess that's also what piqued my curiosity of this game.
I need to get back to Bryn. I'm not up to going there by myself, so that's why I sent for you. Do you remember how I helped you out back then? Well, time to return the favor. Damn, it's been so long.
Thank you for the ready input, gang. Hindi ako mag-hardcore. Pag mahal ko. Oh, I can start my character. So there's some Maiden Knight, Woodward, Joanna, the Runaway Sorceress. Create a character. Not available in beta. What? That's crazy. It's still not available on beta. Well, it's still on early access. So there's still some things that we need to ano pa rin pala, no? They need to fix for this game. It's already been like 5 years that this game started its early access release, pero it's already at 0.9. So maybe just a couple more updates and it will be officially released. Runaway Sorceress. Magical Erudition. Reading a magic treatise for the first time grants +1 magic power. Oh. Each learned spell or magical passive grants +2 experience gain. Ooh. I usually go with magic casters when it comes to RPGs. Pero siguro as of late, I deviated from that. Pero parang yung nangyari kasi with Path of Exile. It's basically just a magic user pero just using a crossbow. Medyo limited yung mga skills nila. Pero hindi. That's what I like with the Path of Exile. Hopefully later when they release yung update or yung devlog update and what I think I collaboration with Dark microtransactions later at 4:30 a.m. Uh, it will all be clear kung ano yung what to expect on the upcoming patch. And hopefully it will also release within today or within the day. Sharp Eye. The first attack that hits the enemy applies them with -10% dodge chance and +5% damage taken for 12 turns. Oh, that's a good skill, oh. He's a probably a archer. Body part damage, strength, agility. I don't know. I've seen some playthroughs of someone playing as a mage. It's really a range parang playthrough. I would like to parang a mixture of magic and melee. Maybe the Maiden Knight will do that. Vow of Defeat. For each enemy within your vision, receive -3 cooldown duration, -3 ability energy cost, and -3 damage taken. Oh, Maiden Knight. How about the Reaver? What's the Reaver? Berserker Frenzy. For each enemy killed, receive 5% weapon damage and 5% critical efficiency. The problem kasi with, of course, melee classes is yung range. So if we are surrounded by a number of uh, parang range or magic casters, we'll probably be at a disadvantage. Swords, axes, maces, two-handed axes, dual wielding. How about this one? Swords, two-handed maces, shield, armored combat warfare. What's a warfare? May backstory din sila. Hmm. Staves, pyromancy, geomancy, electromancy, magic mastery, athletics. Hmm. Daggers, axes, two-handed axes, staves, ranged weapons, athletics. Does she have ranged weapon? Wala. May magic ba? Wala din. Daggers for close range. And I think the woodward is more flexible kasi you can use some close range weapons and then you have the staves and the range weapon. I don't know about switching ng weapons kung may switching ng weapons tong game. Sabi ni hardcore naman talaga ang tawag sa one life save eh. Yeah. Puwet. True. Yan. Should I go with sorceress? Hmm. Sige. Since ancient times, Aldorians hold the belief that women and magic don't go well together and can only both ill. Lectors of the main academy fully shared their prejudice, barely ever accepting women for magic training. Joanna, however, was an exception. One of the instructors noticed her potential and thirst for knowledge, so he gave the daughter of a small-time blacksmith a chance. Unfortunately, Joanna had never finished her training. Her mentor's foul temper and grabby hands wasn't something Joanna planned to put up with. When one morning his charred remains were found on the lecturer's hall's floor, Joanna was already a few hours away from the academy. She loaded, riding south on a stolen horse. Oh, she basically fried her her perverted tutor or mentor. If it weren't for the war breaking out, Joanna would likely get caught and burned at the stake. But the chaos of the strife allowed her to disappear by joining a mercenary band. Should I go with her? Meep. I wish parang there's a way to no, to combat yung mga melee attackers. Yeah, let's go. Let's go with the decisions. Woodward. Range, staves, two-handed axes. Okay, let's probably go with Joanna. Joanna!
Is that so? Interesting. Anyway, enough pleasantries. It's time to get to work. So here's the deal. I can't walk to Bryn with my leg like this. So unless you plan to carry me, we need a cart. We need horses.
We need a cart. We need horses.
We're in luck, though. While you were away, I had a talk with the village elder. We came to an agreement. We'll do a couple of tasks for them, and they'll give us a cart and 2 horses.
And 2 horses. Okay.
Don't worry about the job. It's nothing special. I don't think you need my advice on how to deal with brigands or the undead. The elder will give you the details. You should go see him right away. No time to waste.
Okay, continue.
I almost forgot. Here's a map of the area. You need it more than I do.
What is good about this game is they have stellar voice acting, at least for NPCs. Hopefully, there are others in the world as well. Map of Osbrook outskirts. Using it reveals the terrain and certain locations within a specific area of the global map. A lot has transpired over the last few years, but the old pre-war map might still contain some useful information. And it costs 25 gold. Confirm.
You can also ask the innkeeper about local events. He is a talkative kind. I'm sure he'll answer any of your questions. Off you go then. Good luck.
Okay. And now I am who I am. So Joanna's casting braces, unique light gloves, 1 protection. She has Joanna's mantle, 2 protection, physical resistance, magic power, backfire chance. Oh yeah, that was also introduced on the prologue. There's a backfire chance. Now if you need to rest after casting spells, or else there is a chance that it will backfire. Wait. Let me jump into Discord. We're now on air. I'm on Discord right now, streaming Stoneshard on https:/twitch.tv/urix_tuper. And a happy Sunday again, guys. Yan. And if ever na you guys are planning to sleep or looking for somewhere to just relax and let my soothing voice relax you and cradle you to sleep, feel free to hang out on this stream. And welcome again, welcome, and good morning, happy Monday. Yep, it's a Monday na. It's an early Monday morning. I technically slept the entire day. Well, maybe a couple of hours, and I'm still fixing my body clock. Hopefully, I can fix my body clock tomorrow. Peasant shoes, and we have the traveling staff. Crushing damage. At least it has a crushing. Oy, Cocombear, good morning! Last streaming Marvel Rivals. Di ko naabutan si Cocombear kung nag-stream si Cocombear kanina. Hopefully, had a wonderful weekends, and my regards to Miss Carly Bear. Cocombear soon, well, already, other half. Ayan. Good morning. And what? Gising ka pa rin, Cocombear, ha? How was your day? We have water skin, -25. We have cheese, a food item. Hunger resistance will spoil in 3 days. Oh, there's also a food spoiling system, oh. And we have tons of healing salve. Lockpicks and purse can be used to store coins and small valuables. Oh, okay. This wasn't available open. Ah, nice. Kasi on the prologue demo, there isn't parang when you pick up yung crowns, it was just on your inventory. So the maximum that you can hold a crown for is like 100 crowns. Hopefully there's a bank in the game. And it's an old school turn-based type of game. I don't know. I find it very charming and very old school like or nostalgic. Nung Friday ako bumalik. Oo nga, nakita ko rin yung ex-post mo na yon. Friday. What was I doing on a Friday? Oh, there was I had a ISP issue. Bumalik na yata ako nung Saturday, which is I streamed itong yung prologue ng Stoneshard, which was around the afternoon. I streamed it for 3 hours and then took the rest of the night off, and then Sundays the same. I took the rest of the day off, and ngayon na lang uli nakapag-stream. So I wasn't able to parang maabutan yung stream ni Cocombear. Ayos lang, grocery lang kanina tapos naglaro ng Marvel pag-uwi. Pero hindi mo na in-stream, no, Cocombear? All good, sige, sige. Hopefully we see more of Cocombear soon. And kasi before, well, hanggang ngayon pa rin naman, Cocombear has a special, or maybe usually when he streams Overwatch, meron siyang guide or yung based from his seasoned experience on playing the game. He may ano siya, he gives tips and tutorial on how to play specific roles or maybe heroes on Overwatch. And maybe soon, dahil Marvel Rivals, maybe we will be seeing Cocombear teach uh, Marvel Rivals. Maybe it can be a thing. No, Cocombear? Chinito, you bought it? Yes. Di ko na nahintay. And I'm now playing as Joanna! Save system, the map symbol indicates location with a save point. To save the game, you need to either sleep for a moment, for any amount of time, or use a suitable sleeping spot for a momentary rest. This can usually be done in taverns, cleared out camps, or by using bedrolls, which can be crafted or bought from some traders. Okay, so save system using beds. Exiting the game saves your progress as well. However, the exit saves deletes upon loading. Oh, if you die in adventure mode, you can resume playing from the last save made by sleeping. In permadeath mode, your saves are irreversibly erased on death. Ayun din eh. I want my first experience to be a pleasant one. I know I will die. Kasi I experienced the prologue demo and I know it's really tough. So I will not be subjecting myself to torture by playing the permadeath. Probably on a second run or once it fully released with a custom character. But for now, I am playing as Joanna, the magician. Or what was her class again? See? What's her? Joanna, the runaway sorceress. And I like her passives. She has the, what do you call this? Yung every time she reads a, where's that? Ayan, magical erudition. Reading magical treatise for the first time grants +1 magical power. So it means it will already bolster her magic abilities. Each learned spell or magical passive grants +2 experience gain. Again, another buff for her. Since there are a number of paramagical books here. Yes, learning Marvel Rivals na rin. Oh, di ba? We will soon see Cocombear do, and maybe, I don't know, Cocombear, maybe you can, or are you already doing that? Yung parang clipping, making a highlights of your stream, and then exporting that on YouTube. Although I think it is going to be a very competitive space. The Marvel Rivals guide, I think there are a number of tutorials already on YouTube. But maybe you'll give up a good parang twist and interesting gimmick to flare it up. Chocoloco, oi, Boss Crix. Good morning. It's a Sunday morning here in the Philippines now. It's now 12:25. And I finally pick up Stoneshard. I like what I played. And wala eh. I mean, usually when I am hyped up about something, I feel restless. Like, I already have a number of games to play, pero Once I have my eyes on something, I really want to get a hold of it. Jar? Wait, if I take it, will is it considered stealing? Oh, there's some sparkling stuff. Oh, oh, pick up jar. Yo, Crossen! Come on in. Hey, yo. Sana all. You're a friend of Varen, right? Welcome to the Black Boar. There's no finer establishments for leagues. Frankly, I wouldn't even bother with the overpriced hovel in Manchard they call the tavern. So, do you need more beer or are you here for the chat? Allows you to save the game. I want to rent a room. Uh, what are you saying? What about nearby area? Things don't look as bad as here as everywhere else. We certainly got it better than any of the neighbors, but you still need to keep an eye out anyway. Leaving the village without any good reason is a foul idea. There are just way too many thugs wandering the roads. Eh, and then there are all those ruined crypts, monasteries, abandoned forts. Sniffing around them will only bring you face to face with bandits, the undead, or something even worse. But I guess that's exactly what you might be looking for. Yes, because I'm an adventurer. Cucumber, most clips is on YouTube, TikTok are comedy highlights. Yeah. I mean, I think yun nga, as I was saying, it's overly saturated, and I think Marvel Rivals is rife with content. Eh. It's a content source or content generator. No, maybe some, maybe no two clips are exactly the same. And of course, yung fun to play with friends. Yan. So do check out si Cucumber, and of course, everyone here. Good morning, Crossen. Will you be streaming din today? Or maybe you are already streaming. Ishi sana all. Miss Nishi, thank you for checking in. I also dropped by Miss Nishi's stream earlier. I'm currently playing Stoneshard, a 2020 indie turn-based RPG, as you can see. It's still on early access, but it's currently on version 0.9.1, so just a few more versions, and they'll probably release the official game. Why is your tavern called the Blackmore? Now, that's a long story. A century ago, there lived a wild boar so vicious that it kept the entire Bryn March in fear. Even the lord of the land lost his appetite for hunting, too spooked to venture into the nearby wood. My great-grandfather, though, he had bravery in buckets and a skill with a bow to match. He tracked the boar down and put an end to its rampage. The Lord was so impressed by such feat that he granted my great-grandfather a title of gamekeeper, making him quite a catch for the late lasses. And being the cunning fellow that he was, he married the miller's daughters and opened the tavern with her dowry. As for the boar's head, he hung it above the fireplace. Where's the boar's head? Folks from every nearby village would flock over to catch a glance of the fabled beast. Alas, half a year ago the trophy was nicked by some rogue. Not sure if I'll ever be able to forgive myself for not keeping a close eye on it. Oh, hopefully there's a quest to retrieve the black boar's trophy. Yo, NB, Kuya Jomski, good morning. Happy Monday. Hopefully you enjoy your stream. I think baka magi-stream ulito si Kuya Jomski. Oftentimes I see Kuya Jomski and Team Labo TV stream at ganito mga wee hours of the morning up until uh, morning, or I don't know, baka may work. NB, what time is it? Uh, Good morning. It's now 12:30 in the morning, Philippine time. It's correct. Ay. Ishi, kinig lang kuko, bigat mata ko, idip-idip lang. Sige, sige, Ishi, sige, use my voice to serenade and cradle you to sleep. And welcome to the Stoneshard stream featuring Kurix _Tuber. Biglang na ASMR, mga mouth sounds. Morning, morning, NB. Ayan, I think kadama rin yung nag-i-stream at this time of the night. I'll probably be parang maabutan pa natin or we will be able to play until the actual collaboration stream between Dart Microtransactions and the developers of Grinding Gear Games. So we'll probably take a break later and then we'll watch that and react to it and maybe give our 2 cents. And hopefully they will release the update after that so we can start playing the game. Continue conversation. Anything else? I was thinking of visiting the Elder, maybe the local craftsman as well. Tell me where to find them. We're playing as Joanna, the runaway sorceress. The Elder, you say? Our Elder's name is Odar. He lives in the house right in front of the market. The first floor is the guard barracks. The second floor is his quarters. The merchant is obviously has a stall in the market square. The smith is close to the market too. You won't miss them. If you need a tailor, he lives just a bit to the south. He's grumpy old shut-in, so you'll have to see him in his home. Our carpenter has a workshop on the western end of the village. It should be easy to spot from afar. Can't say I like the carpenter all that much, though. He curries favor with other only to badmouth him behind his back. Eh. Almost forgot the herbalist. His hut is by the southern road to the village. I'd pay him a visit first, personally. Whatever other plans for you. I doubt you'll handle it without a stockpile of bandages and salves. Well, I do have some salves with me. What other conversations do we have? I think I was thinking of visiting Elder, maybe a local craftsman. Okay. Any news or rumors? Beware of bandits. Forests around here are swimming with them. The road to Bryn is not far from here, offering brigands lots of opportunities to rob passing travelers. We had been suffering from them too until the magistrate began hunting them down. So, at the very least, three scoundrels know to stay away from Osbrook. Okay, so that's the rumors. Okay, it didn't disappear. So, what are you selling? Okay, so mostly food items. You have water skin, mead, dark ale, food items, immunity, will spoil in 3 days. Okay, let's probably not buy anything else first. A wooden bowl, dark from cooking fat. Large plate for main dishes. Okay, so there's also a cooking mechanics in the game. That's crazy. Okay, so currently have the examine surroundings. Yeah. What do you want? More grub to chew on? Any rumors? I heard that somewhere to the west, a giant octopus wrecked a few fishing boats, drowned a couple of people, and then threw itself into the shore. What octopus? It's exactly the kind of news that makes me wary of the sea. Okay. So, what are you selling? Still, food. It's basically the hand. Any questions? Yes, a couple. Who exactly is Gwynel? An old acquaintance of mine. I've had many dealings with him over the years, but this is the first time I'm working for him directly. A sharp fellow, but not without his quirks. He's also a royal alchemist, or at least used to be. Have you heard of Gwynel's elixir? He's the one responsible for its creation. Yep, I think I know how this story goes. First time I'm hearing about this. What's the elixir about? The elixir was his life's work, a cure for every disease, a panacea. He made the mountains of gold selling it. But let's just say that after a while, quite a few folks healed by its regretted not dying instead. Gwynel almost lost his head over it, but King Etbert decided to show mercy and replace the execution with exile. Since then, Gwynel has been keeping a low profile, but he never stopped his experiments. Still, trying to figure out what went wrong, imagine. What's the purpose of the stone shards? I wish someone would explain it to me. I'm no stranger to relics, but I've never seen anything like it. No idea what they are, what they came from, or what they are capable of. Well, that's not quite true. There was quite a demonstration in the Abbey. For now, the first order of business is to get to Gwynel. He and I have a lot to discuss. Okay. So what else are you interested? Why did you take on the contract? Ayun pala, that was discussed earlier on the prologue. Parang I thought nga si Gwynel was a woman eh. Pero ayan, later on we found out that Gwynel was a he. An Eevee, a wild Jolteon. Oy, Jolteon, no? What class? I'm a runaway sorceress. I'm playing as Joanna. Too bad, no? I was supposed to create a unique character, but they said it's not available on the beta. So I went with the mage because based from my prologue experience, range units are really a powerhouse. Well, of course, the prologue is different from the actual game, pero we'll see. I know that the game is tough, so I'll just be really careful when it comes to managing my mana. Why did you take on the contract? I made a two-hander. Ah, you're also playing this pala, no? Which one did you pick? There's a Maiden Knight, there is a Berserker, and there's also the Woodward. I think is the most parang balance. I wish there's a weapon switching mechanic just like in Path of Exile. Of course, this is a single player game. It's not that. Although I think it's a bit hard it when I play the demo. For money, why else? Gwynel promised me a fortune, 100,000 coins, and not the crowns of today, mind you. But the old full weight ones minted a century ago should be enough for me and all of my grandchildren. Ever since the war, I can say I've been living in luxury. And with my old caravan in shambles, even more so, but Gwynel will make it up to me, I promise you that. So what do you need my help with? I told you already, I was wrapped up pretty badly in the Abbey. My leg, I might be crippled for life. No more grand adventures for me. But Varen was really good. Well, I was controlling Varen on the prologue demo. Pero we sure give that abomination some good whacking. We smited him. The Maiden Knight. Nakita ko rin kasi iniisip ko nga rin nun, goods din siya for close range combat. Although, can she also learn yung magic? Or lahat naman sila kayang matuto ng magic? Pero, ayun lang yung parang may advantage lang. Kasi nakita ko rin yung abilities niya eh. Na I think, pag may mga monsters or napapalibutan ka ng mga kalaban or you will get a buff. Same with the parang berserker. Yo, Dens! Morning! That's why I needed someone to handle the dirty work. And since you owe me big time, you're the obvious pick. But don't worry, you won't be left out in the cold. We'll split the reward fairly. 50,000 for you, 50,000 for me. With this kind of money, you'll be set for the rest of your days. What else are you interested in? That's all I wanted to know. Okay. You know, Mr. Quickity with Palworld and last streaming Marvel Rivals. I was also hanging out earlier this morning on Mr. Quickity's stream. And another fellow Filipino streamer who's also been playing some Marvel Rivals. Hey, a cat. Inspect. Harmless, unaware, energy. It naps, provides a feeling of homely coziness. How about this one? Inspect. Oh, you can attack them, oh. Pero syempre, why will we do that? Low danger, unaware, health, energy. The innkeeper of Aldor have a little complain about their establishments, are an oasis of comfort and safety in the bleak world around them. Inspect. The innkeeper of Aldor and have a little to complain about their establishment. Okay. So, how about si Veren? Ayun, no? Mga abilities si Veren, no? Cleaving Strike, Seize the Initiative, Against the Odds, Fencer Stance, Fire Barrage. Yep. Yung Fire Barrage was one of the parang go-to skill ko when I was playing the prologue. An old mercenary, a relic hunter, and also you're old but hardly the closest acquaintance. Tito Zone, ayo! Handa ka na ba, Tito Zone, mamaya? Will you be watching the Path of Exile event or stream with the Dark Microtransaction? That is 4:30 a.m. later. Los Nico, lurk, too scared to chat but have an amazing one niya. Why should you be afraid? Thank you, Nico. Last streaming, Valorant. Thank you for dropping by. Mr. Quickie, dropping by alert. Good luck on your games. Thank you, Mr. Quickie. Sabi ni Chinito, the Maiden Knight. I kept on dying, so went tanky. Oh, okay. Okay, it's our first time. Osbrook, Brine March. We press M, map. Yes. Can we zoom out? Yes, we can zoom out. Oh, look at that. It only shows this part of the map. And there's a big question mark. Points of interest. Can we drag it? Nope. Yeah, we can drag it with the... Okay, so this is a fairly huge map. And we are zoomed out. So we can zoom in again. And maybe it's because we are at the parang... This one. Black Boar Inn. What's this guy? Good day, young man or fine lady. Can try tell you from here. Can you teach me something? What? You sure? Yes. Can teach you all kinds of things. So what if I lie in here in the mud like a common pig? Looks can be deceiving. Won't ever forget my army training. The sergeant's instructions still hammered into my head. Boom, the line, raise your shield, face the enemy head out. Oh, you'll take the beginner lesson in shields. 250 crowns. I changed my mind. I will probably get a good ability from that. Do you have any work for me? Listen, I have a task. Do you think I like what my life has come on? No, I despise it. Yo, Ain! Will you be checking out the Path of Exile stream later? 4:30 a.m. Chinito said they always do it so early. I sometimes don't get it. Which one, Chinito? Pag kaya pa, sakit ng buong katawan, kakauwi ko lang kaninang tanghali from General Nakar. Oh, sige, sige, Tito. Maybe you can sleep it off, and I think you will also hear about it, or there might be a replay on Dart Microtransactions YouTube page on how they break the details of the upcoming patch for Path of Exile. Yoin, morning. Ayoko manood. Ayoko manonood ako sa inyo. Hindi pa ako nagpa-Path of Exile. I will return to it after the update. Yan sila Cosmo, sila In, sila Chitatos, mga streamer kasi hindi nag-i-stream ng Path of Exile eh. Ako kasi yun lang naman yung sabi ko. I will return to Path of Exile after the update. Ayoko nang nagka-hard crash yung game ko eh. Are you going to... Yep, yung patch... Hindi, yung mamaya, later. Once mag-live siya, I'll probably need to set an alarm. Kasi I will probably be playing this for hours. Kasi the prologue demo, I played it for like 3 hours. Chinito, I'm waiting for leagues to start before I play. What do you mean, Chinito? Sa Path of Exile 2? Well, they're still at early access. I don't know if they are going to... what do you mean? Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you are saying. Path of Exile. Okay, okay. I thought you might be... No, I'm talking about Leagues of Legends. Just kidding. So, there's a league on on Path of Exile 2. Okay, okay. Noted. I don't know if that's coming anytime soon. Did they promise na they will be releasing a parang league, or maybe I don't know. I don't have any idea what you are talking about. Maybe that's like a leaderboard or something. So there are tons of issues pa with Path of Exile eh. I don't think adding leagues is their main priority. They still need to add the acts 4, 5, and 6. They still need to add other heroes. They still need to fix the freaking difficulty of Sekemas or the Chaos Trials. They should make the fire zones less punishing. Yeah, League in PoE 1 is they add a new mechanic to the base game and the new economy. It runs for 3 months, then another game league starts within a different mechanic. So you already have it? Or that will convince you to finally pick it up? I would say na it's a worth investment kasi basically it's when you buy it, you're just buying the $30 points or currency. So if again, if you plan on buying the currency, but if you are going really free to play, of course, no amount of selling you the you're only just buying the premium currency. You will just stick to it. Pero if again, if you like what you experience in Path of Exile 1 and you happen to also buy some points or premium currency, I think it's a no-brainer if ever. That's how PO expanded to what it is today. Diba? It's a new mechanic. Uh, if the new mechanic is good, it gets added to the base game. Parang ano, no? They made, well, hopefully they learned something from their first game, di ba? They're not like ano, Blizzard with Diablo. Like they added something that really worked on the last game. And surprise, they removed it on this new game and then with tons of new issues that nobody asked for or new features that nobody asked for. And then they add it and then make it into a new feature or function like the root loot reborn. Like, wasn't that supposed to be in the very beginning of the game? Really now? It's like you didn't even most of your people didn't develop the fourth one and probably is. Most of the developers probably left and it's a new team so they probably don't know how to code that into their new game, but I don't know. Maybe with a new engine, who knows? Yeah, I already bought the stash tabs in PO1 and some cos. Oh, that's good. I mean, well, you're still no. If you're going to free to play, I think there are a number of items that will be available or available from PoE1 players to PoE2. So hopefully you can get your stash tabs there as well. There's still no map stash tabs. I map tabs as well. I heard someone ask that. Do they have map stash? Of course no. I know I bought a couple of tabs with the $30 uh, points that goes with it. I lost everything just because His Highness's whim. It's haunting me. I can't pull it into words. The swill. I need something stronger to forget. You help a lonely, feeble veteran of 3 war campaign. Brandy, a bottle of a cup, a sip. Bring it to me. Deal. Okay, so I'll just give him brandy then. Find a bottle of brandy. So maybe later. Okay. What's this? Can we destroy this? No. Well, at least the pigs looks good, huh? Inspect. Harmless, unaware. The war wasn't kind to Aldorian pigs. And said Correx delicious. Ang sarap mo, Pia. Yes, it will be transferred to PoE2. Thank you, Zion. You know, Marvel Rivals. And I think mag-i-stream na rin to si Zion. Maya-maya. Kamusta Zion? What have you been busy with? Good day. Are news or rumors? Any news or rumors? I heard to somewhere to the west, a giant octopus wrecked a few boats, drowned a couple of people. It's exactly the kind of news. It's basically what the other guy said. Okay, so basically basic NPC talk. Need something? Heard of anything interesting? Long ago, under the old king, Osbrook used to be a fine place, but not anymore. Now everything is going straight to hell. You don't look like you're from around here. Okay. Do you think we'll get through all of this? Any news or rumors? Building all those scripts just to bury some folks. Our forefathers were probably rolling riches if they could afford it. Right now, the best things you can count on is a grave by the hill. Any news or rumors? I can't think of anything else to chat about. What are you selling? Is selling a purse. Can be used to store coins. Okay. So we're already outside of town. What's this? Henbane. What's that? Henbane. Thirst plus 20%. Pain resistance plus 5%. Intoxication change. 25% chance to cause battle rage. Battle rage. What's a battle rage? Can we like out? Nope. Where's the description of battle rage? How can I check it? Control? Nope. Shift? Nope. Right click? Eh. This extremely poisonous plant is part of many healing powders and infusions. Some people even add it to their beer to make drink merrier to speak. Well, talaga. Azuraga. Azura Gaming has ranked up to Irang. Thank you, Azura. Azuraga. Okay. Horse tail. What are those? What is this? Blueberry. A bug. Inspect. Harmless. J. I got an agrimony. You don't look like you're from around here. You know, we used to only have knights errant roaming the realm, and even then it was mostly bard tales than the actual thing. But nowhere you look, there mercenaries, wandering mages, bounty hunters, treasure seekers, and no one left to tend the fields. Even women pick up arms these days. This I can at least understand. I don't have any more news to share. What are you selling? Lentils, food, jar. Can I sell the jar that I have earlier? Ah, no, I can't. Purse. Okay, see you later. Let's talk to this farmer lady here. Heard anything interesting? Famine, plague, desolation. It would be much more tolerable if we weren't slaughtering each other on top of all of that. A bad peace is better than a good war. Um, okay, nothing. Oi, what's that? A loot. Ay, wait. Why is it red? Ah, steal, stolen. Drop. Okay, let's not pick that up. Don't need the stolen stuff. Ellis is spotted. Let's talk to the NPCs. Every vegetable here is top notch. Heard of anything interesting? Recently, met a pilgrim who shared his wisdom with me. If your journeys ever take you to an old monastery, don't forget to first offer a prayer to the host, so as the warding hand could protect you from evil. The stronger your faith, the better the protection. Although the pilgrim never dared to descend into the cellars, apparently he heard something moving in the darkness. I give another month or two before the war is on our doorsteps again. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and only the host knows where you will end up, alive or in the gutter. Okay, so the host is their god. Are there any rumors? Being a trader ain't easy. You never know what tomorrow may bring. There's always a chance you might get robbed at night or killed even. all these bandits really got out of hand. Okay. What are you selling? Trader meat, tender meat, additional effect when cooking. Okay. Use. There you go. Dapat pala talaga ginamit natin. So, that looks good though. This is this is the old map. So there's an oaken barrel, there's a roadside tower, there's a mill. You can zoom in. There's a point of interest here. Thank you again, Zion, Shaya. Good morning. Hello, Corex. Dalo lang Akesh. Thank you, Shaya. You've already studied this map. Oh, yes, I did. Find a bottle of brandy. How about this person? Gina. Even though I don't miss King Edbert, life was much simpler and jollier when he was alive. I still remember the fair. We used to hold songs, dances. Could you buy so much food with just a couple of crowns that you would need a week to properly digest it? Being a trader ain't easy. Selling apples and pear. About what? John Cena. John Cena! Thank you, Doming. Last streaming, Little Company. Mercenary, fresh from the road? Let me give you a piece of advice. Stick with me and you'll be rolling in gold in no time. Stick with you? How so? I have a business offer to you. The previous mercenary used to bring me all kinds of wares, and I paid him generously for them. Everyone was happy with that deal, so how about you and I have the same arrangement? What happened to the previous mercenary? He overestimated his abilities, but hey, no use in dwelling on it. It's all water under the bridge. The only thing that matters is that we have an agreement. Hmm. Do you have any work for me? There's an opportunity for profit. I met an elf at the Breen market who urgently needed a bison pelt and a pair of horns. He promised a huge amount of money in return. He didn't say what he needed those things for, but what does it matter as long as he pays? If you bring me a bison pelt and horns, I'll share the money with you. We have more than enough beasts wandering the nearby steeps, and I bet you are a skillful hunter. I'm sure you'll manage. So deal? Deal. It's just one job, you know. Find the bison pelt and horns. What can I do to earn some coin? I see. You're an enterprising soul. Well, if you find an answer to your question, if you find an answer to your question, make sure to let me know. There aren't many opportunities to spend money on Osbrook, and earn, even less to earn them. What? Nothing for a mercenary to do here at all? There might be a contract or two. Our elder hands them out at left and right. Too bad most of those who take them. Yo, Joy, good morning. And why are you still awake? Hello, Joy. Drop by ka lang para shout out ka. What can you tell me about Osbrook? And there's nothing remarkable about this dump, just another god-forsaken place. The cart with wares arrives only once a week, unless it gets robbed on its way here, of course. The folks in this village only spend money on stuffing their stomachs. Let's just say it's not the best place for business. What? Why don't you leave then? I'll leave for Brian eventually. However, it's too dangerous to travel alone. I tried to cut a deal with Odar, but he charged so much for protection that I had to drop the idea. I can't afford the kind of expenses yet. Any news or rumors? I heard there's somewhere to the west a giant octopus. Yeah, I already heard of that story. Seal, what are you selling? Wait, what's this? Oh, that's a bedroll. How much? 84. We currently have 250. Crafting kit allows crafting to create advanced items without the workbench. Okay. I think this one, leather belt. We'll probably pick up a couple of items along the way. You don't need to waste our precious gold. Inspect. Merchants always have something interesting in stock. Bert. Grand Magistrate. Oh yes, we have already talked to her. About her. What are you selling? Food. Veggies. Greetings. It's a sin to say something like this, but if half of the people hadn't died to war and plague, I'm not sure how we would have survived the bad harvest. At least right now, we have a fighting chance. The peace can't come soon enough. Got to restore everything what was ruined. We have our work. Okay, that's a bit morbid of her. Why is it red though? Ah, no, 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 no. We shouldn't enter uninvited. This one again. We don't want to be breaking and entering other people's homes. Hey, Joy! Hindi, normal body clock ko dahil sumasali ako sa meeting ng ate ko kapag gabi. Sa US kasi siya, habang bakasyon lang naman. Nag-iba yung boses bigla. Pero kung anong oras ka niyan? Tsaka, bakit sumasali ka sa meeting? Pero yan, thank you, Joy, for tuning in. Have a wonderful Monday evening. Let me talk to the guardsman. Where did he go? Hey, I'm still talking to you. So, if you're so hell-bent on venturing to the woods, make sure to watch your step. There's still claw traps from the pre-war times lying around everywhere. We use them to hunt wolves and bears and deers. You most definitely need to stay on your guard, exploring old crypts. Okay. Heard anything interesting? So you're what, a mercenary? Don't think you're better than us. There are things around these parts that will knock you off your high horse in seconds. Well, excuse me, Ursa. Eh, okay. Hanggang hapon na bukas, kakagising ko lang. What do you do nga pala, Joy? I heard na, di ba you're studying? Or working ka na ba? Kasi parang minsan naririnig kita na nagwo-work na, tapos minsan naman studying. So, which one is which? Oo. Umaga na pala. It's already 1 of 04 in the morning. What's this? Tailor's workshop. Okay, maybe we can talk to the tailor here. Inspect folks who know how to sew and work. And who the hell are you? Another mercenary. Well, isn't this a surprise? And the woman on top of that, the host have mercy. Do you have something against me? Ignores him. If women pick up arms and pretend they can wield them, it can only mean that the end of times is upon us. And we don't have long in this world, grabe. Well, at least it is parang accurate to the times. Even yung lore ng world parang sinabi na parang usually mga women during these times are looked down upon. Pero itong character natin si Joanna parang showed potential. So she was mentored by a pervert. Pero she eventually burned him to a crisp. And that's why she's a runaway sorceress. But who am I to complain? Just some old bore who doesn't deserve a grain of respect. Am I right? Anyway, I hope you'll manage to survive a bit longer than our last hero. What happened to the last mercenary? Do I look like a person who cares about such cutthroats? Go ask Odar. He is the only one who deals with your kind. All I know is that every other month, yet another armed bloke barges into Osbrook. He spends a day or two parading around the village, rattles his armor, chases chickens, and pockets everything that isn't nailed down. Oi, why can you be so rude, sir? Then perhaps he feels some pangs of consciousness and decides to pick up a contract. A couple of days pass and our brave guards have to scrape his guts from the branches just outside the village. Oh, our guards sure enjoy. They do it masterfully, do it much better than, say, their job, so that we wouldn't have to hire some rabble. I'm not some rabble. I have more than enough experience. Whatever you say, old man. Whatever you say. Live to my age first, before opening your mouth. Once you're 60, then we'll talk. Fuck you. Oh, you'll all see. I'll outlive each and every one of you. I'll dance on your graves yet. Such a petty, bitter old man. I'm just talking to you because you have some dialogues here. Um, Kakagising ko lang eh. Ah, Umaga na pala. May mga project na ako na tinatanggap while studying. Wow, saya naman. UI or UX designer kasi ang ate ko and the project manager si tita kaya tumutulong ako sa kanila. O, 'di ba? At least 'di ba parang you are already gaining experience con- through connections. Pero at least 'di ba? You also parang have that opportunity to either parang grow with them or learn from them as well. Pelts. I need pelts. Wolf, rabbit, deers. I'll buy anything. The local hunters are completely amateurs. The game scatters away the moment they take a step from Osbrook. What am I supposed to do? Sue with wet straw? The tailor looks at you appraisingly. Maybe you'll be more lucky. At least you seem to know how to hold a bow. If you need arrows, visit our carpenter. He's just an oaf, but you don't need much smarts. Yeah. Tell me about the village. What do I look like? A bard? Do you want a little dance from me? Perhaps Osbrook is in the middle of nowhere. Telling anything about it is a waste of time. If I were younger, I would leave for a better life long ago. But you aren't. You are stuck here. And if you're still dying to learn something about it, go bother Brook. He has a big mouth, and once he starts running, there's no stopping him. Thank you for the raid, Cosmos. Thank you for thank you for bringing your nakamas here. Morning, morning. Ayan, last streaming, Potion Craft. Aba, nagsubok ng ibang game. Thank you for the raid, Cosmos. And let's give Cosmos some a special shout out. Yan. Do check out si Cosmos Sama at ang kanyang mga uh, otherworldly tales of fantasy and make-believe. Do check out Cosmos Sama, ang inyong resident storyteller. Ayan, ako, nagkakadilaan na po sa chat. And if you're still dying to learn, okay, okay. Anything else? Do you think you can even help with kid? That them of visiting our village decided that his cloak has to be lined exclusively with bear fur. What are we even supposed to do? They are small people. When ordered, we bow and promise to do as we are told. Do it how? I'll pay for I'll pay though the nose for that pelt. I'm also eager to see how you'll manage. Maybe you aren't that bad after all. Deal. So we get a new quest. Find the bear pelt. Di pa ako sa pon. Di pa ako tapos maglaba. Sige lang. You're the one who comes from a distant land, so it's you who should be telling tales. This place is the same as always. Days go by and yet nothing changed. Okay. So we got a quest from him. Find the deer pelt. J. There you go. We have gathering the caravan. We have Bram, the drunkard request. Find a bottle of brandy. Find bison pelts and horn. Find the bear pelt. Thank you, Joy, for the posture check. And do you drink coffee? Since kakagising mo lang, get something to warm up your stomach. This is the map. We have a reputation as well. Oh, look at that. May reputation system din sila. Wide selection allows you to purchase equipment of higher quality, 10% trader stock size, and then we have advance payments. Allows you to receive advance payment when taking up contracts. So, oh, interesting. They have a reputation system on this game. You know, you don't have a history with with this faction. Oh, may mga faction din, no? Dance, thank you for joining Cosmos Samas Raid. Sino pa yung mga kasama? Nandiyan din si NB. Thank you, NB. Choco Raid, Shadow Legends. Yes, yes. Statistics, combat. Okay, wala pa tayong combat. We haven't really fully explored. Pag red, meaning we are stealing from them. Or that's an act. Parang illegal act. I can only assume that this is the carpenter, right? Carpenter's workshop. Sir? Hello, hello. Are you one of those mercs the entire village has been bustling all about? Good to have you here. Maybe you'll bring some order at last. Wanting for, Waiting for order to do something about this is a waste of time. Doesn't the village have guards to maintain said order? What do you call guards? It's either geezers or yesterday's youngsters who had weapons handed to them. Now they are to serve and protect, so to speak. Each of them still wet behind the ears, or even worse. I'm telling you, they'll all be slaughtered come the real fight, something that Oda doesn't care about. We used to... Medyo grating yung sound ng paglalagari, ah. We used to have more than enough lads on Osbrook. Now, they are either dead in the ground or serve under someone else's banner. We barely have any able-bodied in the village. Um, what are you selling? Okay, at least he's selling some crossbows, shield, and again a purse. Irritating noise daw. Tingnan muna natin yung chat. Maya tayo bumalik sa kanya. Salamat sa mga sumama. Hello Mars kung matampuhin. Raid, Shadow Legends. Lipat ako sa phone. Ayan. Thank you again, Joy, for the stretch. Dance Gaming. Bomadom. Teka, let's talk to him. I see you are not fond of the elder. Why would I be fond of that tyrant? Why do you think he even become an elder? Just to sit in his attic? Never take a step outside? Not a care in the world? He spends his entire day at the desk, scribbling who knows what. Just imagine working outdoors, be it heat or rain, while scrawling on his doodles, make himself look important, all puff up like Toad. And he eats and drinks for 3 men. So I've been telling folks to open their eyes and what kind of elder he is. A mooch who lives at our expense. Wouldn't be too bad if he were one of us, a local, but no, he's an outsider, a stranger. Oda isn't a local, where is he from? Ah, hell if I know. He doesn't speak much about it. That bastard. He has a northern accent. So he might be from Eaters. It seems like he has friends in the magistrate, and that's how he got himself a cozy spot as an elder. Now he lives off of us, and there's no getting rid of him without angering his patrons. Not to mention though vindictive he is. The moment something doesn't go his way, he make one's life a living hell. We used to have this lad, Dwar was his name, though it was a good idea to talk back to Odar. Well, guess where is this now? But I've never told you this deal. So I have to suck up to Odar unless I want to be the next one to be dealt with. So ayun yung story niya. Parang sinabi kasi nung barkeep na we have the carpenter na he doesn't like the carpenter because he is parang attached to the elder, pero when he is parang he turned his back, the carpenter keeps talking smack about him. Well, that at least we know the story behind it now. I'm sure he puts half of the reward into his own pocket, only playing your mercs, the host willing half of it. What happened to Dwar? What Dwar? I'm telling you, you didn't hear anything from me. Must be imagining things. Interesting. Oh, ayun yung sabihin ko na nangyari kay Dwar. Can't you figure it out on your own? What carpenter needs? Timber, of course. I also take wooden weaponry and the likes, but only at a low price. Not much use for it other than as kindling. Okay, so can you teach me something? I can show you a few tricks, if nothing else. I know a way around an axe. You'll have to pay me. Eh, nope. Any news or rumors? Before the war, there were lots of unexplored places, but now even the roads are overgrown with weeds. Danger lurks every corner. Sige, Ishi, it's already past 1, no? Sleep na din. It's already 1:16. Hopefully, and you enjoying the rest of the night. And I'll catch you later. Thank you, Ishi, for hanging out na rin. Let me finish this a bit. We'll see if I have what you want. Okay, what are you selling? Yeah, already. Have I been here? Oh, yeah, the tailor. That potty mouth tailor. Is this the elder? Ay! Buti na lang, hindi ko nagamit yung lockpick. This is the herbalist. Fred. Oh, my back hurts. Something fierce. Let me get the mortar. I'll fix myself right up, then help you. Do you have any work for me? My back is killing me. If I don't do anything about it now, in a couple of days, I won't even be able to get up from bed. I still have work to do. Help an old man out. Go to the forest and pick up some fresh herbs. The dried stuff I have here won't do. So here is what I need. An ointment, a tuft of spearmint, tuft of fleawort, and a couple of leaves of agrimony. Got it? If you bring it all here, I'll share some of my supplies with you. Deal. New quest. Gather the required herbs. Okay, let's talk to him. Remember hearing about the bloke who made himself a dugout deep in the woods and then spent a year felling trees and uprooting trunks around it? He fought tooth and nail to claim a tiny piece of land, tilted and sowed some crops. Folks saw him boasting about finally having all the harvest for himself. But one day he simply vanished, and no one knows what happened to him. Oh, my back hurts. Okay. Many folks have saved money just to move far away from here. Nistra, Scadia, even kingdoms. Okay, what are you selling? Meron kayo siyang brandy, bottle of oil, an antitoxin, smoking mix, recipe oh, rope, hemp. What if after kong gawin yung horsetail, agrimony, and henbane? Okay. So we got a quest from him. Hanapin naman natin yung elder. What is this? Probably north of town. Have I been on this side of the map? Parang hindi pa, no? Eh, yeah, we talked to the carpenter. Siguro way north naman tayo pupunta. Is that the elder? Anselm, looking to buy a horse? This one's nimble and docile. I'll sell it for half the price. Where are you selling? Saan yung horse? Rope. Wala namang horse eh. It's not easy to get away from wolves once they catch your scent. Recently, some of them even dared to attack a lonely cart. Okay. Guards tracked the pack to their dens, but hasn't yet bothered to put them all down. New rumor, Wolf Trail. Looking to buy a horse? Any news? Okay, so may rumor. So will we see that? We have quests, herbalist. Oy, may rumors ba? May rumors. Do we have any rumors here? Grey Army, magistrate, statistics. Okay, wala. So may nagkaroon lang ng ano. We can buy horses from him. Is this the elder? Bran, I don't remember seeing you around here. A mercenary, I suppose. Take a look what I'm selling. If you ever decide to venture out for a hunt, this stuff might come in handy. Who are you? No one. No one special, just a humble poacher. The time's just right for this kind of trade. Half of the local lords are hanging from the trees, while the rest are too occupied with the other affairs to look after the land. Well, all other things being equal, I'd rather hunt on a dead man's land. At first, I too wanted to start mercenarying. After all, got enough experience under my belt, but then it's just not worth it. Can't earn all that money in the world, and I personally don't need that much. A sturdy and a sharp knife is all it takes, and the rest will work itself out. That's my take on it anyways. How long have you been staying here? A couple of days or so. I only come here to rest and sell off of things I don't need back in the day. I used to spend weeks on end staking the woods. Yo, pa, morning. Ano, abangan mo rin ba yung Dart microtransaction stream with the Path of Exile to developers? That will be later at 4:30 in the morning. So abang-abang din ako doon, and it's just 1:23. So 1:23 to 3, 4. So 3 hours from now. And then hopefully habang nag-uusap sila nun, yung patch is already being downloaded. And then yun, ay da-download ko na din siya. If ever na what they are saying is parang yung goes live immediately. Sana ganun. Or maybe what if mag-maintenance? I think that's what they're going to do. Baka mag-maintenance para lahat yung mata nila nakatutok dun sa stream ni ano. Or I don't know, maybe. Who knows? So if you don't mind me here, try searching in Manshire. I often visit there as well. I almost forgot. If it's something urgent and I'm not either on the settlement, this means I'm off hunting. There's a cabin in the woods I've been using lately. It's a long trek, but if you don't mind taking it, feel free to stop by. Bran's cabin. What else are you interested in? How about some hunting advice? All right, most important one. Respect the woods, be patient, focus. Anything else? What are you selling? Oh, look at that bison pelt. Uy, kaso 720? I think I can just hunt yung bison pelt. Bedroll is around 80. I only have 250 gold. This one's a claw trap. Okay. Death Slinger jar. Unleash a Death Slinger swarm upon reaching the destination. Hmm. 100 though. Saiga horns. Okay. Uh, I'm here to make money. I'm not here to make you money. So let's just find the village elder. Saan yung village elder? Kausapin ko nga uli yung ano? Yung barkeep. Yung Traveler's Rest barkeep. I was thinking of visiting the elder. The elder, you say? Our elder name is Odar. He lives in a house right in front of the market. The first floor is the guard barracks. Right in front of the market. Okay, right in front of the market. But wait, I've already been in the market. Saan dito? Sige, sige. Ito ba yun? Ito? This house? Yeah, of course, it's the biggest one. So this one is Earn. Are you the new mercenary? I expected someone tougher. You'll have to do, I suppose. I've been told to provide you with the equipment. We don't have much time in terms of weaponry, but it should suffice. What can I get you? Range weapon. Thanks, I'll pass. I already got everything I need. Maybe we can use those weapon for selling. So why even reject it, right? So a ranged weapon, a staff, ranged weapon, two-handed weapon, maybe two-handed, no? Kasi hindi kaso 100 range. Take a bow, take a crossbow. I changed my mind. Bow, crossbow. Pero ano kasi siya eh, mage build kasi siya eh. May crossbow na lang. Here you go. It's not the best weapon out there, but it's the best we've got. Good luck to you. I hope we'll meet again. Jajajang! Training crossbow, of course. Leaf shape bolt. Because why not? Can you teach me something? I'll take a lesson in spears. And no thanks. What are you selling? Okay, nothing. What's this? Abilities. Ito na pala eh. May mga abilities. Basic skills. Element of surprise. Grants us strikes and shots against unaware targets. Crafting. Open the menu for crafting items. Menu. Nandun siya sa zero. This one. Passive. Dual wielding. Warfare. Ito mga skills na to. Seize the initiative. Mga perception. Opportune moment. Critical strike shots and damage encounters replenish 6% of max energy. Critical strikes. Parang okay tong warfare na to. Kasi we need energy. I think ito yun, no, yung energy. Energy 100, a small potion of energy. And kung magki-critical tayo, I think we need this passive ability. Ano pa yung mga iba pang warfare? Setup. Skipping a turn, switching to another loadout, or using a stance or maneuvers grants 5% accuracy, damage, minus 5 damage taken, energy cost. This effect stacks up to 2 times setup. Maganda. Maganda lahat yung nasa warfare, no? Puro parang passive ability sila. Warcry. We have right on target. Grants all attack scales accuracy, minus 3 to fumble, and 3% to critical chance. So talagang yung warfare lahat yung ano, maganda. Athletics. Oh, disengage. Reduce the chance of triggering attacks opportunity. Leg sweep. Not this time. Full blocks and dodges grants control. Mighty kick. Range. Deals 11 crushing. Can I use? Hindi. I can select these pero why would we do that? Athletics. Armored combat survival magic mastery. Spell. Seal of finesse type. Backfire chance 0. Backfire damage 0. Reduce backfire damage by 40% and activates Seal of Finesse for 10 turns. Minus 3 backfire chances, fumble chance. Is it passive? Hindi. It's this one. Magic Mastery, Precise Movement. Each ability points invested into Sorcery 3 grants minus 1 backfire chance and plus 1 armor penetration to all its spells. Remaining on the same tile grants minus 3 backfire chance. Ooh, parang ganda nitong ability na to. Precise Movements. Dissipation. Each point receive magic or nature damage replenishes 1 energy and grants plus 1 magic or nature resistance for 5 turns. Pero it's a passive, oh. Each point of receive magic or nature damage, magic and nature, you will replenish 1 energy. This is more of a parang mana regen type of passive ability. Seal of Power type. Ang taas ng backfire damage, 19%. 15% magic power, weapon damage, and Delta's Arcana. Using spells transform the effect into a seal, the corresponding school, and prolong its duration by 3. Pyromancy, plus 15 pyromantic powers. So it's a self buff. Pero delikado yung ano, yung backfire damage. I would probably go with Seal of Finesse muna. Reduce backfire damage by 40% and activate Seal of Finesse. Remaining. Moving. Pero gawa muna tayo ng ito. Ah, may pyro, may geomancy, may electromancy. Teka, basahin muna natin. Yep, tama. Ayan. Good morning, and enjoy yung Path of Exile grind if you guys are playing some Path of Exile tonight. We have Jolt type, modified magic power, electromantic, mantic power perception, modified by bonus range. Shoots a bolt of electricity dealing shock damage with 113 accuracy. Hitting the target with 37 chance knockback. Its chance knockback and 75% chance applies resonance for 8 turns. I wonder what resonance is. Sana may way to read yung mga red. No? Wala oh. I want to learn about yung resonance sa tinutukoy na yun. Chance to apply afflicted target with impulse for 8 turns. Ayun, if the target is affected by resonance, transform it into impulse, inheriting most of the remaining duration. Target with impulse are treated as resonating by the ability tree's spells. Deals 2 shock damage per turn. Has 16% chance to knock back from the caster. If we are going to be a range attacker, I think knockback is going to be a very beneficial ability for us. Same goes with ito. May knockback ba to? Move, shock resist, minus, wait. Hitting the enemies, hitting the target with 37% chance, it knock, chance knocks it back. 75% chance applies resonance. Pyro kasi is yung, of course, yung typical pyro. Flame saturation grants minus 10% spell energy cost for 3 turns each time an enemy within vision is ignited. Flame saturation. This one, baptism by fire, grants 25% pyromantic power for each burning tile or enemy within vision. This one, ring of fire, deals 13 damage to all adjacent tiles, igniting the empty ones. Basically, for ano kasi is burning eh. No? Firebolts deal 30% damage. Electromancy is jolt and impulse. Geomancy is more on shielding eh. Pero may ruins of fortification, stone spike, ruined enfeeblement, applies enemies with 5% physical resistance, rune of suspension, stone armor, backfire chance 4%, backfire damage 0. I think I have the stone armor on my earlier run. Pero this time, let's go with the electromancy. Shocks. Shoots. Backfire chance 19%. Backfire chance 4%. Target area. Target tile. This is for EOE. Ito. Pero grabe yung backfire chance. 19%. What if kuha tayo ng Magic Mastery na papababahin natin yung backfire chance. Confirm. And we have that now. And then, lagay tayo ng Electromancy na Jolt. There you go. We are starting our lightning build. So, dalawa. Residual charge and short circuit. Sana may book about yung effects ng magic, J. Inventory. Log. Magnanakaw tayo. Kausapin na lang natin to. One of the guards told me about the entire outlaw gang they decimated some time ago. Looks like other scumbags set up their camp. Desolate camp. New rumor. I heard that there's every able-bodied man will soon be conscripted and sent to war. If this is true, see you later. This guy. Many folks save money just to move. We've already heard that. Wait, what? It has fist with the size of 4 human heads. It take a step back and ground trembles. No man can overcome a beast like this. We are just way shorter and weaker. Okay, what are you selling? Nothing. A pouch. Okay. Let's talk to the elder. Is this a dungeon? Okay, nothing particularly interesting here. Pyromancy because who doesn't love burning people? Uy, grabe ka tito. Self-incriminating yan. Ito na. Ito na yata yung elder. Do we have anything here? Odar, I don't think I've ever seen a woman mercenary. Well, if you can deal with our village problems, then who do I care? What do you need? Varen didn't tell you? We haven't had the capable mercenaries in Osbrook for quite a while, so there's a lot to deal with. Gangs, cults, the undead, lots of places around here attracts filth like that. We don't have many guards, so I can't afford any of them dying. That's why I need mercenary. And what about affording a mercenary dying? I might have to put it a bit bluntly, but that's what you are being paid for. You take big risk, and I reward you well in return. It's only fair. Let's go to business then. I have several contracts available if you'll fulfill a couple of them. Then we are even. You'll have your cart and your horses. So what do you say? Continue with the conversation. I only have one contract for you at the moment. Bandit Den. Interested? Bandit Den? I need to ask something else. Bandit Den. Okay. Odar, the roads around here are plagued by gangs holed up in a fort at the outskirts. They're dead set on looting every trade wagon that passes through. It's time to put a stop to this and show what happens to anyone who thinks they're above the law. Head to their hideout and kill every last one of them. In return, I'll make sure you're richly rewarded for your efforts. Tell me more about what I should expect. What do you need to know? What's the reward? The reward is 420 crowns. Sounds good? Um, can I haggle though? I need more. Here's what I propose. Complete the contract in 1 day and you'll have 550 crowns in return. What do you say? Within a day? Kaya ko kaya to? Deal, old man. Um, how much time do I have? You'll have 1 day and get it all done. What can you tell me about the location? Fort outskirts is hardly a maze. I doubt you'll need much time or many supplies to clear it out. Ask away. Who's in charge there? A brute in every sense of the word. He's as strong as they come. Okay. What do you need to know? Anything else I can fulfill? I can help you with? Tell me more about what I should expect. Let's talk about other contracts. I accept. You'll have 1 day starting now. Don't forget to claim the reward once you're done. Okay. So start new contract. Head to the fort at the outskirts inn, which is saan yun? Ayun. Yan pala. Buti it's clearly mapped naman. Okay, let's go then. 1 day. Let's go on an adventure. It's no Path of Exile, but it's an interesting game. It's an interesting game. Teka lang. I mean monsters. Napakapa pa tuloy. I'll show you. Okay, punta tayo dito sa bandit din. Rhubarb. Burdock. Ang, ang confident eh, no? Yun na. Point of interest. Let's clear it out. Let's clear the bandit camp. Kahit lakas ng loob eh. Metal. Puno na agad. Oh no. Pare-parehas. Oh, dito na ako. Pero dito na ako. Point of interest. Rumor has it something interesting can be found here. Wala? Saan? Saan yung bandit camp do? Yun na. Eto na. May aso dun. Dapat pwedeng mag-switch ng one weapon to another eh. Paano kayong weapon switching dito? Skip turn, space. Ako. Manahimik ka! Hmm. Ano to? Immobilization, physical, dodge, can't move. Can't move? Knockback. Some weapons, okay. Wala. Ano, how can I shout? Rest. Attack mode. Ayun na, pwede na. Ayun no? Out of range. Wala. Ah! Fuck you. 1, 10, rabbit pelt, burdock, thirst. We need yung mga pelts. Pheasant flail. How much for this? Equip 20. So how much is this? 100. Mas better pala yung suit ko eh. Dapat pala nagbenta na muna ako kanina. Onion, bowl, bucket. Ah, may loob pa. Okay. Let's clear it out then. $20 lang to. I've already studied it. Purse, water skin. Maybe yung mga food. Dito ko muna ipaglalagay. I'll probably get this later. Thirst, immunity change. Para pagbalik mamaya eh. Hindi naman siguro masisira to mga to, no? Oh, wala namang sinabi na it will get ruined. Well, item management is hell. Cupboard. Is that bog bean? Death. Nice one, Kuya Correx. Happy streaming po. Thank you, thank you. Nice one. Sean. Homemade sword. Medyo matagal lang. Uy, meron na naman. Ikaw. Fuck. I got minor leg injury. Okay, let me cure that. Apply splint. Healing salve. Healing salve. Crescent flail, barrel. Okay. Uy, ito ba yon? Dark ale pa to eh. Thank you. Nice. Lurk lang ako, Rex. Kagising lang kasi mga magkain pa. Sige. Enjoy your, ano ba yan? Breakfast? Thank you, Cosmos. Walang ganun, Mars naman. Enjoy sa paglalaba, Cosmos. Sana eh, dumami pa yan. Sana dumami. Aray! Attacks of opportunity. Ikaw. Fuck you! Got damage, apply healing salve. What's that? Second wind, healing efficiency. Okay. Barrel. Ano naman? Ay! Ang galing! Miss! Ah! Yun, nag-level up. Nice. Large glove. Fail. Inventory. How much? 38. 19. Ang kwenta. This one. 63. Pwede na. Lawak. Lawak din pala to, no? Hey, what's that? Fist shield. Eh. Ayun. Disarm. All down. Joanna tries to disarm the pressure plate. Succeeded. 21 XP. Uy. Ang equip ko ngayon is 5. Bababa. Basura. 25, 6. 25 gold. Can do better than that. Uy. Ow! Ah! Bastos! Ay! Last time. Battle Cleaver. That looks... got damage torso. Applying healing salve. Applying healing salve. Rack. White radish. Hunger. Mead. Doon pala ako nang galing. Okay. Dito muna tayo sa taas. Yung boss na agad. Oh. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh no. Oh no. Magic power. Rock armor, stone armor. Hala, I'm gonna die. I'm too confident. No. Am I dead? I'm dead. Not this early on. Aray, masakit. Eh, hindi ako nag-save. Trats. Ay, ang galing. Ang galing. Ang galing. Yung save nga pala nito is okay, nabasa na natin sila kanina. Hindi ako nakapag-save. So, it basically threw me back from the very beginning. Ah, have a good stream. Thank you, Sackdown. Okay, then. I wish I have a room here. I think I have a room here so that I can like save my items. Do we have a room here? Nightstand? Nope. Ayun, chest. And that's my issue kanina. I wasn't able to save my items. Ah, these commoners. Can't you see I don't have time for your trivialities? Who are you? Who am I? Who are you? Now that you quench it, don't bother with pleasantries though. Your appearance speaks for itself. I, however, occupy a fairly high position. I arrive here from Bryn, the other special order of the Grand Magistrate to perform tasks of utmost importance. You can even consider me the real authority in this village. To a, to a person unfamiliar with politics and military matters, Osbrook is just a backwater settlement. In reality, the surrounding territory holds an exceptional strategic value and I'm the only one who fully understands these facts. If Osbrook is so important, why doesn't the magistrate send someone to bring order? They did. Me. Hold on, you boor. What are you getting at? Are you implying I'm not fit for the job? How do I put it? The guards are all holed up in the elder's house, while the mercenaries are dealing with your mess. Well, would you look at that? A mercenary complaining about having work to do. The guards are to guard the village. They are not bound to protect every hole in the dirt around here. And let me assure you, we are doing everything in our power to keep the locals safe and sound under the protection of the magistrate. Of course, occasional brigands or the undead bound to appear, but thanks to us, they don't remain here for long. It's rather thanks to folks like me. It's rather thanks to folks like me. Is that so? I bow your prowess. I I bow to your prowess. Then let's be sarcastic. The emissary nods half-heartedly, but you can see that he is considerably flattered. Keep listening. No need for gratitude. It's our duty. The symbarities of the councilor, those riffraff from the Grey Army, are no match for the magistrate. We take care of the common folk. Anything else? What does the magistrate try to achieve? The emissary raises an eyebrow in disbelief. He is long used to rampart ignorance, but this is never new even for him. What kind of foolish question is that? To bring shared prosperity, to have flourishing trade, to ensure that time-honored rights of the free cities and the merchant states are upheld and protected. Is that any shared property around? In, is there any shared prosperity around here, Osboro? What about the peasants and the craftsman? Who is going to protect them? Sounds good. The magistrate might be to my liking. Should I bullshit my way to him? Of course, it is to your liking. Those who disagree are troublemakers and saboteurs are dealt with quickly. I won't tolerate any insurgency in the land I'm responsible for. What else are you interested in? Do you think we're all being naturally? Otherwise, you won't be able to deal with the imposter on the throne. Of course, her henchmen might get bored and get rid of her eventually, but it would be foolish to just wait for it to happen. Speak out. I don't plan to spend more than half an hour speaking, okay? So probably this is my inventory, my chest. And I wasn't able to ano eh. Okay, let's save this. This is lockpick. We'll need that. Splint. This is the purse. Healing salve. Bandage. Cheese for food. And traveling staff. See? We didn't level up. Yeah, we didn't. I think I should level up first. I don't need to take the ano, any unnecessary quest muna. He isn't selling anything because he's broke as fuck. Okay, let's talk to the person yung magbebenta ng crossbow sa atin. Hey, Ken! Uy, uy, inuli oh. 5 hearts under one roof oh. Yun be! Yun be supremacy! Tuturututututututut. Choose a range weapon, take a crossbow, listening. But again, I am not a crossbow main. I can sell it. Maybe we can sell it outside. Okay. Mm, kuhain ko ba kaya muna or later na lang? Naging 15 lang yung weapon. Fucking kidding me. $15. Food. Food. Okay, find the bison pelt. We've already read this kasi kanina eh. 14 talaga siya. Disenchantment scroll 42. What if rending resistance, crude amulet, dodge chance, critical avoidance. How much? 21 gold. Skill. Magic mastery, survival, butchering. Requires a sword, an axe, and a dagger, and a two-handed sword. What does this do? Carves target animal carcass for meat. This one. Make halt. Using the rest mode doesn't reduce the duration of vigor. Removes the rest mode's penalty to restoration. Cauterize wound. Stops all bleedings and remove the effect of gaping wound. Worsens the condition of each affected body part by 5%. Requires a bleeding body part. Cauterize wound. Butcher. Teka, can we... okay. So I can use it agad. It's a default ability, no? Nope. Armored combat. Athletics. Nope. Disengage. Reduces the chance of triggering attacks of opportunity. Leg sweep. Not this time. Full blocks and dodges grants. Mighty kick. Nope. Equip boots protection. Nang ano siguro to? Knockback. Hitting the targets applies it with 30% max block. Critical avoidance. Magic mastery. Wait. Passive spell. Hey, AG. Good morning. Throne and Liberty. Lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Each ability points invested in sorcery 3 grants. Sana all. Pangit. Each ability point invested into a sorcery 3 grants -1 backfire and +1 armor penetration to all of its spells. This one reduces backfire damage by 40% and activates Seal of Finesse for 10 turns. Backfire chance, -3 fumble. Para mas maganda na ito muna bago ito. Hanggang mag-level up lang siguro. And then, balik tayo dito sa Jolt. Armor penetration 36.5, 51.5. Shock damage. So wala mo na yung isa. Siguro pag nag-level 1 na lang tayo, doon natin i-activate yung seal. But for now, we'll probably need to hunt. Ayun yung mali ko kanina eh. Masyado ako naging overconfidence. What about me? I'm a simple smith. Not too much to tell. Can you teach me something? Beginner maces. I can imagine what kind of trophies you may have. Broken junk. I'll buy it off your hand, but only for cheap. There isn't much of a broken equipment. Do you have any work for me? Here's the deal. Oda ordered me to forge a bunch of new swords for our guards. However, I can't bring myself to waste good iron on them. So they don't even dare to step outside the village. Cleavers and other crude, simple blades will work for the best. 3 of them should be enough. I'll pay you. New quest. Find cleavers and homemade swords. Okay. Can you teach me something? Heard of anything interesting? I know some rumors that might be useful to you. I expect to be compensated. Fine. Beware of the death stingers. Nowadays, there's just too many of them in the area. Throw a stone and you hit their hive. We managed to burn down a couple of those, but there's still one left standing. These vile critters may be small, but they sting like hell. And if a whole swarm of them starts chasing you, you're not long for this world. Death stinger's hive. Okay. Nails, horsetail. Okay. Repair kit. Okay. I think I wasn't able to talk to him earlier. Ang nakausap ko agad yung Taylor. Iniskipan ko pa naman yung mga dialogues niya. Lols. Death Stinger's hive. Chicken. Chicken chaser. I heard about able-bodied men will soon be conscripted and sent to war. If this is true, then who is supposed to harvest the crops? Okay. Okay. Anyway, I hope you manage to survive a bit longer. Tell me about the village. Do you have any work for me? Deal. Okay. Cloak. What's that? Okay. The carpenter. Ito, I was able to talk to him earlier. Magbibigay rin to ng quest. I don't have this kind of money. Okay. what's this? Crafting. Bandage, brushwood, straw, fodder. May mga fodder, oh. Para saan kaya yun? Para ba yun sa mga modder? Teka, saan na tayo papunta? Stick. Let's pick up some sticks. Maybe it will have some use later. Blueberry shop. Picking up sticks. Bog beans. Pigs. Uy. Have I talked to the... Chinito, walking while holding alt so you won't miss things. Yun, sige. Thank you, Chinits. Uy, mo na Optimism. Okay. So I won't miss things. Thank you, Chinits. Oh, namatay ako. Tapos hindi ako nakapag-save. Crap! Tapos ang overconfident ko pa kanina. Sinabi ko pa na, sige, kaya kong tapusin yun within 1 day. Ayun, pinilit ko. First boss, patay. That's what you get. Na, 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 na. Masyado kong in-underestimate na nasa beginner's area pa lang ako. Doon ko naisip na, okay, I still need to level up. Basically, in-skip ko yung pouring quests eh. Nag-jump agad ako sa kobold eh. I should have started with the low level ones before I jumped into the big sharks. My bad. It's my bad. And then personal note, save. I think I need to also talk to this guy. Strong. And don't get anything red, no? See you later. Bear, find pelt, sword, bear pelt. Chicken coop. Parang siguro may parang mini farming din dito sa game na to. Let's talk to him then. See you later. Let's check the map. Puntahan ko muna tong point of interest. Tumalon kasi agad ako kanina sa fort at the outskirts eh. There's also a mill here. There's a drunken woodsman inn. So let's probably check the yung mga points of interest for now. Teka, did I skip a bottle of brandy, gathering caravan, complete the first contract, find bison pelt, cleavers, homemade. Alam ko kanina may isa pa akong quest eh. Sa Taylor. Parang he will pick up anything daw. Stick. Ilagay ko muna to sa... What? Wait, what? Ay, control. Paano yung magta-transfer agad? Right click? Paano ililipat agad? May option ba na to store? Wala. Okay, fine. Ano ilagay? Shift? Yon, shift. Ito, nag-expire ba to? Will spoil in 2 days. Bakit nasa akin pa to? Chinito, no bosses in the fort. Wait. Sabi ni Quinn, hi Kurix, work mode. Me dito lang ako. Thank you, Quinn. Good morning. Yan no, K-pop. Na 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 na. Napapayu talo si si Quinn. No bosses in the fort, just kite the dogs and thugs. Hindi. I mean, meron yung isang ano, yung big guy, yung nandun sa pinakataas. I already cleared, ano eh, umabot ako dun eh. I got floored. That's why I got killed. And naisikay ako dito. Isikay talaga. Meron, may boss doon. Chinits. Baka yung bagong update. Shift click. Thank you, Chinits. Food spoil, so be careful. Yep. Except sa cheese, I think. Ay, oo, pati cheese na-spoil. Oh, no. Sino ba yung kinausap ko doon about sa mga... Wait. Um, Jebber Smith's request, merchant, drunkard, tailor, bear pelt, drunkard, merchant, blacksmith. Sino pa ba yung mga kailangan natin kausapin? Yung, well, of course, yung mayor or yung elder. Yung carpenter? Wala bang binigay yung carpenter na quest? Hey, it's a carpenter. It sure is! Have a great day! Boy, alam ko yung tunog na yun, Dead by Daylight. Yo, let's! Thank you for dropping by. Good morning. I still for fishing, ain't it? Yes. Enjoy din. Usually, mga pamorningan din sila Lits. Playing a DBD with the community. Saan ba ako pupunta? Ito yung herbalist. Oh, hindi ko pala nakakausap yung herbalist. Deal. Which is, yan. Required herbs. Fare thee well. Herbalist. Find the herbalist request, agrimony, fleawort, and spearmint. 1 tuff of each. So, agrimony, fleawort, and spearmint. So, ano na ba? Pati na rin ba yung ano? Kompletuhin, kausapin ko na kayo, magpa-level muna ako. Bago ko kausapin yung puntahan ko muna tong point of interest. Something interesting can be found here. Oaken Barrel Brewery. Mill. Leaf Forest. Leaf Forest. Pwede naman ako pumunta dito, tapos dito, and then punta ako dito sa point of interest. Para mag-level up lang muna ako. Let's, good morning boss, naalimpungatan lang. Ayun, no? Sige, sige. Salamat for, thank you for dropping by. Kahit naalimpungatan. Up, saan tayo? So, stick, puro stick ka. Acorn, stick. Does the stick stack? Wow, diba? Stick stack. Inventory, stick, with lots of applications. Penny bun. Inventory, maybe what's this? Hunger, penny buns are source of healthy sustenance. They taste splendidly to boot. Kala ko they taste like boots. Okay, let's eat. Stick, acorn, penny bun. Let's get the penny bun. Can we observe some stuff here? Chinito, grabe, penny bun and stick for food. For food? You can eat yung stick? Akala ko you can eat it for ano eh. Stick. More? No more. Morel. Akala ko. Another penny bun. Parang delikado yung death cap na. You. Ayun, na-LSS tuloy ako eh. Si Queen kasi. Nanis. Morel, immunity to change, spoils in 3 days, spoils in 2 days. At least we have a couple of Tapos mamaya makain ko yung death cap, no? Grape! Morel as well, yes. Itong acorn. Inisip ko pwede pambato to mamaya. Yung mga throwables, saan pwedeng i-held yun? During more peaceful times, throw. Okay. You. Raspberry shrub. Ang daming free food, Siguro sa ngayon madami pa. Pero later on. Map. And then bababa ako after heading to this side. Uy! Okay, I got the thirst change. Sana may way to replenish yung water. Mamaya siguro sa well pag bumalik ako sa base. Charantia. Mind worth? Ayun ba yung Is this it? The point of interest? May point of interest daw dito. I don't know what. Will there be like an enemy? Oop! Bandits! Magic is a powerful yet unpredictable force. Be careful. Casting multiple spells in a quick succession puts you at risk at least one of them backfiring, which causes you to take damage from your own magic. Backfire damage can be reduced by remaining on the same tile or skipping a turn after casting a spell. Open your character menu by pressing C and okay. Bastos! Wala! Ah! Kainis. Naku, yung point of interest pala yun at hindi ako nakapag-save na naman. Should be a camp. I died again. This game is freaking unforgiving. Let's do that again. Nice. Ang basa ko sa game nung una, Stoneshard. Oh, that's what she said. And note to myself, mag-save next time. Ash. Okay. You. Stone Shard? Sto mm Malalaki ka sa alanganin niyan. Anong Stone Heart? That's what she said. You. Di ako nakapag-save. Only way to properly save is sleeping in a bed for at least 1 hour. Okay, we're back at square one. So let's do that again. Deal. Okay. Let's get the quest from this guy. Does he have a quest? See you later. The chicken chaser? Chicken chaser? Chicken coop. Chicken chaser. Okay, let's get yung sword and sword quest. Nope. Deal. Okay. See you later. Kasi I've already talked to them eh. Ang naging problema ko lang is I wasn't able to save. So, sabi ko kanina I will save pero naaliw ako. Access. See you later. Raspberry shrub. Agrimony. Stick. Can I kill that? Kasi ito agad yung inuna ko eh. Each ability invested into a sorcery tree grants 1 backfire and chance plus 1 armor penetration to all of its spell. Remaining on the same tile grants -3 backfire chance. Precise movement. And then let's go with, again, pinipilit ko talaga yung electromancy eh. Or ito kayang AFK muna. Kaso target area to eh. Range 1, backfire chance 1, armor penetration. 91% chance applies affected targets with impulse. If the target is affected by resonance, transform it into impulse, inheriting most of the remaining duration. Impulse treated as resonating. Deals 11 shock damage. Ito. What if AFK na, ay AFK area na lang. Pero baka kasi pag malapit sila hindi ko magamit yung jolt eh. Hitting the target with 37% chance of knockback. Applies resonance. Move resistance, control, cooldown resistance. If the target is affected by impulse, prolong its duration. Which is ito yun. Parang impulse. Jolt and impulse. Parang they are perfect together. Okay. So, ganun pa rin. Pulexia, good morning. Thank you for the lurk. Auto sort is right next to the weapon swap in the inventory. Uy, talaga ba? Wait. Inventory. This one. Switch weapon. Ayun, meron naman palang switch weapons eh. W. Okay, now auto sort is T. Yo. Okay. Thank you. Ngayon ko rin na nakita na may weapon switching pala. So I can change from pag malapitan na sila, magsusword and shield ako. So I'll find a sword and shield na muna. That was what I was missing kanina. Parang sabi kasi every time na magpapalit ako before. Keep listening. Give me work. New quest, find bear pelt. What are you selling? Block backfire minus 1%. Fumble chance minus 2. Dodge chance 3%. I currently have this counter dodge chance for. Do I have any fumble? Fumble. Experience gain, crushing. Should I buy it? Should I buy stuff from him? I think I'm going to pick up something din naman eh. Sige na nga, unahin ko na nga muna yung ano. Tapos if hindi ko siya kaya, uuwi ako. Mahirap na. Sir? Fare thee well. Siguro sword and shield pag malapitan. So, meron akong block chance. I'll probably go with the staff and a sword and shield. Chinito. Cookie catch. Polexia lurk. Thank you again, Polexia, and enjoy your stream. If you are streaming tonight. Okay. Pero parang that's wasted ano eh. Yung stats ng sword and shield. Siguro parang nagkaroon lang ako ng basic ano. New quest, find. Alam ko kanina may binilan ako ng information. About dun sa bees. Not the bees! Sino ba yun? Yung ng overcharge na yun, ng 50 for the information. Let's take the herbalists. Heal. Herdinity. See you later. Barrel. Okay. Nope. We don't steal from it. Marcus, good morning. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your... Ano ba yung stream ngayon ni Marcus? Baka Genshin. Bog beam. Stick. Can always get some items for later. Bog beam. Mugworth. Blueberry shrubs. Maybe I can craft this folates. Sacks. Sacks of no. Workbench. Yeah, before I use a sword and the crossbow. Hindi kasi ano ka eh, you are a maiden knight. Eh ako kasi is magic type eh. Kita mo naman kanina, 'di ba? Parang nag-struggle dun sa ano. You. Straw. Can I sell it to him? 1. Lols. I better just use it. Yeah. Vegetables, delicious vegetables. Loot. It's stolen. Nope. You don't want to be in the bad side of the law. Okay. $100 weapon, 200 weapon, 100 weapon. Take a sword, take a shield. Here you go. Good luck. Confirm. I just need to pick up some swords later. I'll probably get some. Spears. Nope. Okay. A brute in every sense, the word. He's as strong as they come, so he rules over his gang the only way he knows, with fear and intimidation. All right. I accept. You need to get this done in 3 days. If you succeed, the money is yours. Okay. 3 days. Ang bala ko sana is malamang hindi ko magagawa ng 1 day lang yun. Farewell. So ngayon, sino naman yung kulang sa mga kinuhaan ko ng quest? Ram, Drunkard, Jebar, Herbalist, Gathering the Caravan. Bandit din. Contract, bandit din. Parang may hindi pa ako nakakausap na yung bibilan ko ng information about dun sa hive. Yung sa Death Hive. Or I don't need to buy that. Kasi 50 gold din yun eh. You. Ay, shift nga pala. Ay, W, T. Okay. This one, padlock, food items. Okay. I think we are set. Pwede rin ako bumili ng isa pang water skin. Pasabay yung conversation ko sa kanya. Or matulog din muna ako. What's this? Is this the bed? I need to pay the innkeeper first. Okay. Let's save. I've already talked to you about that. One day. 1 week. Ano to? May nag-guess in a while. Mas mura ba? 1 week. I'll probably be here for a while. 15 crowns. Don't you worry about your belongings. Okay. See you later. I just need to save muna. Kahit isang oras lang, no? Saan yung oras? Rest? Tama ba? Ano to? Bakit 18, 19? Saan yung total hours of sleep? Rest. Sleep. Hour ba to? So it's currently 18 to 19. Okay, so it's now almost 8. Sleep. Saving. Finally, alright? Na-LSS ka na. Si Queen kasi. Tururut, turut. Hanggang mamaya niyan, magpapatugtog na ako ng K-pop. What's that? Vigor. Okay, sige na. Puntahan na natin yung quest. Pero yung binentang information kasi sa atin na 50 gold, babatuhin mo lang naman daw pala ng ano. Okay, let's head towards that ano. Ito, yung bandit din. 3 days lang pala yung contract. Dapat pag-iisipan mo ring mabuti pag kukunin mo yung mga contracts. Dapat parang they should be last on the list. Kung magga-grind ka. Magic. Yeah. Rhubarb. Wormwood. Nettle. Teka, ano ba yung quest? Gathering. Tailor Herbalist. Fleawort, Spearmint, and Agrimony. So for the rest, it doesn't matter. Before I use a sword and crossbow, but I always miss with the crossbow, then swap to sword when they get close. Yeah. That's the game plan. I don't have any swords pa though. So Leak, Murdoch. Yun, Spearmint. Ano yun? Fleawort and Spearmint. Yun, Fleawort. Okay, we got it. Buy na rin tayo na isang Leak. Just in case. Tapos idadrop ko na lang sa isa sa mga building yung ano. Dito na ba tayo? Yep, we are already here. Ito na ulit. What is that? I think there's a dog here eh. Ladle. Rabbit. Pwede ko na may lagay muna dito to. Leak. Leeward. Metal. Wormwood. Horse-tail. Ay, wait. Ano nang uling kailangan? Jade? Fleawort, Spearmint, and Agrimony. Henbane. Horse-tail. Metal. Hogbeam. Rhubarb. Metal. Spearmint. Fleawort. Agrimony yata nasa base. Ayun na pala. Ay. Atras ka, di ba? Some weapons and enemies have abilities access to knockback chance. When triggered, it pushes the target a tile away from the attacker. If an adjacent tile is occupied by a kind of object, getting knocked back against it deals damage. Okay. Oh, what's that? I got thirsty. Fuck. Ano ba yan? Duling! Condition. Apply healing salve. Apply Fleawort? What does Fleawort do? Hindi, kailangan ko yung Fleawort eh. That's for my quest. Fleawort, Spearmint, Thirst. Injury. Meron ba akong Fleawort dito? May tsura na. Tatlo. Okay. So I have a Fleawort, pero I can just use the healing salve mo. Healing salve. Intoxication change, hunger change, pain change, sanity. May sanity. Mind work. Helps you sober faster. Thirst. Reduces the duration of bad trip. It's nighttime now. Rope. Ah, bastos ka. Hmm. Pheasant, pheasant flail? 100? Common mace? W. Yon. Okay. See? Eight. Spool of thread. Some merchants. Candlestick. Maybe pagkalabas ko na lang dito. Bucket, onion, fly agaric, dead cap, barrel. This one. Cooking. Choose a desired dish in the recipe list and see what it requires. Okay. Soups, roasting. Wala siyang exact recipe. Meat, fish, boar, peasant stew, vegetable, lentils, pot of water. Pot. Maglalagay ka pa ng water effect. Mushroom salad, mushroom, vegetable. Mushroom. Meat skewer. Hunger, energy restoration, fried eggs, egg. Stick, fish. Side dish, mushroom salad, mushroom, vegetable. Vegetable ba to? Ingredient, herb. Lentil soup, lentil, vegetable, pot of water. Roasting. Can I roast? Wait. Cart, bucket. Onion. Ito vegetable. Raspberry shrub. Fly agaric. Di ba ito mushroom tong fly agaric? Henbane. Itong death cap. It's already dark. Another mushroom. Leek. Vegetable. Henbane. Sige nga, let's cook. Let's cook something. Do we have pot of water and vegetable? Hunger resistance, hunger thirst, moral. Bakit -4 yung moral? Gruel lang kasi. Lentil soup, pot, lentils, lentil, food, vegetable, ingredient, herb, food, berry. Pot of water, vegetable. Optional, additive. Mushroom salad, mushroom and vegetable. Leek. Ay, do I have any? Alam ko mayroon akong kinuwang onion kanina. Ito, onion. Onion. Vegetable. Mushroom, dalawa. Intoxication change. Death cap. Nausea, poison. Parang katakot yatang gamitin yung fly agaric na lang yung gamitin natin. Huwag yung death cap. Delikado yan. Mawawala ba yung poison effects kapag niluto? Well, we'll know soon enough. Leeks, onion. Additive. Optional, additive. Anong additive yung pwede kong ilagay? How about itong raspberry? Ayun, no? Hindi. Dito yata yung additive. Ano to? What's this? Ito yung magiging finished product. Pot. Wala yung water. Optional additive, oh. Can I add this? Kunyari. Yan. Will it still cook? Oh, it will still cook. Kaya itsura niya, no? Marco Angelo, takting clip yan. Thank you, Marco. Clip mo yan eh. Cook. Jajajang. We have intoxication. Poison chance, 50%. Will spoil in 3 days. May poison effect. No. Plus 50% poisoning. It's not worth it. A single mushroom salad is sate hunger, but at least the taste is sublime. Intoxication plus 50%. Poisoning chance 50%. Will I really? Nope. Let's not do that. It's delikado. Hindi ko pala kinuha yung item, no? Junk. Sort. Log in. Log. Experiment. Ay, packing tape, oh. Ay! Tumatama sa... Lalabas ako! Ayoko na dyan! Pag bumalik ba ako, nandoon pa rin sila. Pas muna. Will they come out? Poisoning chance. $60, oh. Pot. Or rest. R. I think I can rest. I'm still damaged. Armor penetration. Ano to? Bakit ganito? Bakit puro pula to? What is that supposed to mean? Mas maganda ba to? Kumpara sa ano? Durability 19 out of 50. Skill energy cost 15. Stagger chance. Daze chance. Mas maganda yung suot ko ngayon. Curses, I'll kill you for this. Copper ring, crescent bow, cudgel, lumberjack. So 16, 18. It's not negative though. Siguro kasi mataas yung durability niya. Ayan o, plus 20, 222, skill energy cost, plus 10%. Ano ibig sabihin ng mga may parang shield? Curious. 51, 21, 45, 8. You. Level up. There you go. It's a perfect combination for that. Peasant pitchfork. And they leveled up. Gamitin na natin yung... Hindi, yun pala, SP. Willpower, magic power, pain resistance, fortitude. Okay, Nahin natin yung magic. Since ano tayo, we are a spellcaster. Runaway sorceress. And for the skills, let's go with Magic Mastery. This one, Seal of Finesse. Reduce backfire damage and activate seal. Backfire and cooldown duration minus 3%. Wait. Confirm. Inventory. Alt control. Ay. Wait. Hmm. Ay, ano ba yan? Okay. Ay, pwede ko kayang tamaan yun. Kunyari, parang umaandar-andar kasi siya eh. 3. And out of range eh. Sure is. Have a great day. Lovely. Good morning. Ay, shit. Thunderbolt! Tempo! Take that, bitch. Spike Club, Peasant Bow. Teka, how much yung Peasant Bow? Cudgel, 21, 45. Weak. This one's 51, this is 41. Sort nga muna natin. Buti nga may auto-sorting siya eh. Flip side, 684, thank you. Flail, Spike Club, Lumberjack Axe. Shape, peasant, pitchfork, club. Wait nga lang. 51, 34. Lumberjack, 51, 39, 21. Okay, fine. Leaf shape, arrow, pitchfork, crown, arrows. $41, 53. 41, 4. Up. There you go. Ah, I got netted. I got poisoned! Fuck that shit! I got poisoned. How'd you like that, huh? Throwing net. Ano talaga? Can I use the throwing net on him? You know, fumble chance minus 35 applies the affected target with net. Throw. Ah, hindi. Mamaya. Let's use it later. Okay, let's use it now. Ha! Ha! Take that, bitch. Fumble. Goodbye. Aba, buhay pa rin. Aba. Parang hina naman ng lightning, do. Death. War sight. Two-handed sword kasi. 37. Nope. Wardrobe. This one, all enchantments and curses from, ano? Cleanses all. Ah, okay. Pang cleanse. Okay. This one covered. Teka, anong oras na? 4:30 na ba? 3:21. Nope. It's not yet time. Throwing net. It's a very, that's a very, oh, not again. Oh, shut up, you. Oh, no. Parang paiksi ng paiksi yung ano, ha? Inventory. Ha! There you go. Thunderbolt, ha! Tempo. Death. Disarm the trap. Shit! Tumaan pa rin ako nun. Darn it. Band splint. Bandage. AJ! This one. Fumble chance minus 2%. This one, is it better compared to what I'm currently equipped at the moment? 26. 60 out of 60. Yeah. It's shit. Stabilized. Cupboard. Maybe I should return? Lumberjack. Lumberjack axe. What else can we sort item? Warsight. Wait a minute. I think I can arrange this. Death Cup, I don't like, yeah. Okay. Let's return home and rest. We still have like 3 more days. Rest. Or should I don't know. Should I return to town? Ah yeah, I already consumed all of my items pala. Sige. Tapos itulog ko na lang muna. Me sleeps. Sell, sleep, and then return. Experiment. Another spearmint. Meh. Where's the blacksmith? Nasa taas pa yata yung blacksmith. Herbalist. What are you selling? Well, at least we can sell it to him. Pero may quest siya, di ba? Hindi. Kailangan yung mga... Can I no longer sell these items? Collect water. Okay. Pero I think it's way better na meron tayong water skin. Intoxication change, 30. Bucket, 25, 30. It's filled with water. Thirst. Hunger. I'm hungry. This is Mindworth, Stick, Bogbean, Agrimony, Spearmint, Spearmint. Rabbit pelt. Pang Taylor yata yung rabbit pelt eh. Let me eat some food first. $18. Inventory. Eat. I will sleep for, I don't know. Saving. Saved. Inventory. Eat. Satiety. Dodge chance. I'm FIL yata, no? Hindi na na-consume yung ano. Anong oras na? 3:32. Oh, he doesn't buy any of this. Ayaw niyang bilhin yung mga ganito. Stick. Bedroll. Large, medium pelt, straw, herb, rope. Rag, cloth scraps, bandage. Rag, stick, rag. Kaso wala naman ako makita. Fodder, resources for caravan. Pwede naman pala yung D-pad eh. Ayun ang magic. Kakalungkot naman. Spearmint. Stick, horsetail. Kill all the bandits. Agreement. Yung pala yung mga lentil. Acorn. Wormwood. Nettle. Burdock. Rhubarb. Hemp. Spearmint. Nettle. Inventory. Moral change. Rhubarb. Thirst. Leeward. Ano ba yung quest na yun? 3 days. Herbalist. Fleaward, Spearmint, and Agrimony. Fleaward. Fleaworth. Spearmint. Agrimony. Reduces bad trip effect. Health restoration, thirst, nettle, bog bean, health restoration, thirst, hunger resistance, henbane, Intoxication, Wormwood, Hemp. Lentil soup. Lentil, vegetable, pot of water. Vegetable. Herb eh. Hindi pwede. Hindi siya vegetable eh. So parang hindi nakaka-damage ba to? Backfire damage, range, armor penetration. Ay, parang wala siyang damage. Wala siyang damage. More on, ano siya? Mali yata ako ng ginagawa. Kaya parang yung nagtataka ako. Hindi na mamatay yung kalaban dun sa, 7 lang? Yung alin? Alin Tito Zone? Anong 7 lang? What do you mean? 7 lang? Anong 7 lang?
What do you mean, 7 lang?
Yung electricity na skill mo. I mean, no? Range, 7 tiles. Hindi, kasi para siyang tile bases. Spell, or hindi, 4 electric damage. Tama ba? Range, type, target tile. Armor penetration. Magic power. Shoots bolt of electricity dealing 7 shock damage. 7 shock damage. Meron pala, meron. May shock damage siya. Akala ko wala eh. So iniisip ko pa naman mag-go in, all in ako ng electric eh. Sana mag-level up na rin ako. Level 2, 178 out of 500. Wala pa, hindi pa ako ma-mouse eh. Malayo pa to sa katotohanan eh. Hindi pa to Path of Exile level. Hindi siya hindi rin siya madali. It's not an easy game. Weapon switcher! Patay na naman tayo nito. Patay na naman ako nito! Ah! I'm dead! Nabuhay pa ako. Ay, naka. Oh no, I no longer have any healing items, health restoration. Mayroon akong minor arm injury. Hindi ko naman siya pwedeng gamitan itong bandage. Dapat ito. No? I can't use my bandage. Kailangan ko yung... Rest ko nga muna. Kala ko dead si. Kala ko dead si. He's alive. I live. Okay. I live. The boy who lived. Parang delikado rin to eh. Although okay naman yung sword and shield. 14 crushing damage, armor penetration block, knockback, skills, energy cost 5, spells, energy cost -5. Hindi talaga kasi ako pang ano eh. Mage kasi dapat talaga ako eh. Armor penetration 5, accuracy 65.
What? What kind of weapon is this?
Spike Club. Armor penetration 20%. Mas maganda to. Energy cost 10%. Ay hindi kasi pa tayo sa melee. Ayan. So current lang equip ko is 20 armor damage, counter chance 2%, daze, stun, knockback chance, stagger chance, armor 20, armor damage 15, body part damage 5. 26, 40. Damage, I have a damage hand. Hindi. Nako ah. Change muna tayo into yung cudgel. Okay. Projectile, 1 protection, physical resistance 2, bleed resistance 4, control resistance, fumble chance 1, dodge, durability. Mas maganda to. Kano to? 49. Okay. Lockpick. Iron ingot. Nightstand. Caltrops. Has 90% armor, penetration, chance to cause confusion. Sige, gamitin natin siya mamaya. Sana walang kalaban. Pick. So nagsayang lang ako ng lockpick para doon. Ayan, may rope. Speaking of rope. Puppy. Sana all puppy. Nightstand. More? Morel? Yung food. Teka, meron pa bang door dito? Pero it looks good and challenging Yep. And simplistic. Well, it's not really that simplistic. Kasi meron siyang parang injury system Ayan Pwede kang, you can be injured in the head, torso, right hand, left hand, and then you need a specific item to treat. Ito kunyari, I have a minor arm injury. If you right click it, you will Not bleeding, bandage, no consumable, splint, you have surgery, you have leeches. Traits, runaway, and currently I'm a runaway sorceress. There's also a ano. Pero again, this is still on early access for quite some time. This one. I think we were here earlier. Here they go again. Kita ako nadali kanina eh. Shit. Ah! It's over! It's fucking over. I'm dead again. Ah! So I have 3:30. No oras na ba? What time is it? It's 3:49. Inaantay ko na lang talaga yung Path of Exile na ano eh, na event sa Twitch stream event later. 3:31 a.m. This is it, no? Pero parang ang hina kasi nung ano eh. Hmm. Hindi, sige, sige. Tsagayin natin. Kasi may iba pang abilities eh. If you check yung... Ang pinili ko kasi electromancy. Jolt. Yung pyromancy kasi inisip ko yun yung mas damaging eh. Type, target tile, range 4. Shoots 3 firebolts, each dealing 6 fire damage with 87% accuracy. Firebolts deal 30% more damage to burning targets. So 6 times 3, pero hindi laging tatama yon. So basically, ang minimum niya is 6. Meron din siyang Flame Saturation, a passive ability. Grants 10% spell energy cost for 3 turns each time an enemy within vision is ignited. This one, Baptism by Fire, grants 2.5 pyromantic power for each burning tile or enemy within vision. Maganda yung mga passive ng fire eh. Ring of Fire. Kasi yung pinili, ito namang Geomancy kasi more on, runic boulder. Summons a runic boulder on target tile, dealing 4 arcane damage to every enemy adjacent to it, with its 79.5 chance of knocking them back. Each boulder grants the caster 1 stack of runic empowerment. Ito naman yung armor, stone armor. Activate stone armor. Ito kasing electromancy. Shoots a bolt of electricity dealing 7 shock damage, hitting the target with 37% chance of knockback and 75% chance to apply resonance. If the target is afflicted by impulse, prolong its duration by 6 turns. Hindi rin masyadong malinaw kung ano ibig sabihin ng resonance. Shock resistance minus 20%, move resistance, control resistance, cooldown of duration. Nagloloko na naman ng FPS ko sa PoE2. Sige, sige, Tito Zone. Turn-based mix ARPG, mixed scam game. Yes, yes. Farquen, thank you for the Sayray dance. Uy, ganda ang cute naman ng ano, si Demo Dance. Jay. Mm, okay. I think I know what to do. Load game. Autosave. I'll start from the very beginning with a fire build. Ay, hindi eh. Oh, diba? I have literally spent 3 hours and 51 minutes playing the game. Pero I was reading kasi yung mga text. Play, new game, adventure. O biruin nyo kung nag-permadeath ako, every time I get defeated, I start from scratch.
So here I am.
And I was, you have the option to become a revenger, to each their own, a reaver, a maiden knight. Okay, I'll stick with the sorceress. She's really ano kasi. 200 access, athletics, warfare, magic mastery, electromancy.
Is that so? You can also ask the...
Save system, yeah, you got that right. Nice day for fishing, ain't it? Hey, Tuturu! Good morning. How are you, Tuturu? Kailangan ko magpa-alarm. 3:55, just 30 more minutes before the event. I think I need to open up my tab later. Splint, cheese, bandage, healing salve. Probably add one here. And auto sword. See you later, alligator. Dark ale, dark ale, dark ale, water skin. Skills, this time let's do it right. Magic mastery, this one reduces backfire damage. Each ability point invested into a sorcery tree grants 1 backfire chance and 1 armor penetration to all of its spell. Precise movement. This one, dissipation for each point. Okay, nature. Let's go with pyromancy this time. Fire barrage. Backfire 24% chance. Oh. Grants -10 spell cast energy cost for 3 turns each time an enemy within vision is ignited. Baptism by fire. Okay. I wonder how can I change this. Naka number 1 kasi siya eh. Is there like a way to change this? Nope. F2, F1. Bucket, jug, Barrel. Oh, what are you selling? Purse. The blacksmith. Let's talk to the blacksmith. Mace. Mm. Do you have any work for me? Cleavers and other crude blades will work best. Okay. Fine cleavers and homemade swords. Beginner lesson in access. Mm, should I go with a bow and... hindi. Mababa yung accuracy ko. It's probably best to ano. Straw. Stick. Can be used to start a campfire on an adjacent tile. Brushwood bundle can be used to start a campfire. Bedroll. Large medium pelt. Bandage. Rag. Splint. Rag. Bandage. Ropes. Cloth scrap. Okay. So, henbane. Agrimony. Stick. Sure. Nettle. Henbane. Oh, I can capture it. Let's take a quest from this NPC. Deal. Farewell. What are you selling? Smoking mix. Rope. Hemp. Hooray. This one, bandage. Bleeding. You can simply just craft them, I guess. Leeches. Can be applied, select body part. Grants leech. Improves affect body parts condition +1. Bleed resistance. Pain charge. Pain change. Hindi. Nagpapaliwanag. Morning, si Trix. Let's say for fishing, innit? Hindi. Nagpapaliwanag. Tut. Yos! What? Why is it J's Labs logo on there?
Wait a minute, you're not Citrix.
Lentil, hemp. Okay, let's get some hemp shin. Horsetail. Citrix, new game ba to? Hindi, matagal na to. I mean, well, of course, new game dito sa stream. Pero, ano, this is an old game. 2020, pero early access. It's still on early access. Recently, they rolled a, ano, yung Rags to Riches na update. And it's now on version 0.9. So, I think malapit na rin siyang lumabas sa early access. I think. Don't quote me on that. Ano siya, para siyang turn-based na game. Yun lang. Masasabi ko, turn-based game siya. Kinda simplistic. Agrimony. Fleawort. Sana may Fleawort dito. Bug beat. Actually, pwede kong gamitin yung D-pad. Take heart. What is this game trying to say? Morning, morning from the Philippines, Citrix. Kamusta, kamusta? How is your Sunday so far? Nakuha ko na ba yung quest niya? Food and veggies. Nabasa ko na kasi ito kanina eh. Siguro ilang, hindi ko na alam. Maybe 4 deaths. This is not an easy game. And maybe that will be parang detrimental to some. Pero I like the challenge of this game. Chicken coop sacks. Deal. Taylor's request. Bear pelt. So siguro hindi ko muna kakausapin yung ano. Magpapa-level muna ako. So we currently have quests for drunkard, merchant, smith, herbalist, tailor. Yeah. The map. You have the mill on the port outskirt, drunken woodsman inn. Okay, let's try to... Who else should we talk to? This guy. Choose a one-handed weapon. Shield. Firm. Spear. What's this? Repair kit. Hey Denny, good morning. How was your games kanina? You were playing Stardew Valley, I think. Barrel. Okay. I'll try exploring the lands muna. Then try to level up as much as I can. Fox pelt. Moon antlers. Inventory. Gee. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yes, Stardew with Boyfie, pero nakatulog na siya. Sinabayan yung tulog ng character. Ayun lang. Spearmint. Lentil. Spearmint. Hemp. Spearmint. I think fleawort. I need a fleawort. Rhubarb. Hemp. Pwede rin yung hemp. I can... Hemp. Bogbeam. Nettle. Blueberry. Spearmint. Pero, anong oras na ngayon dyan, Denny? Is it like late? Ay, anong oras na? 4:11. Buksan ko na kaya yung Dart Micros transaction para if ever na mag-live siya, alam ko na. Or sa Path of Exile Twitch. Saan na yun? Path of Exile. Is it? May schedule ba sila? Schedule. Wala. Kay Dart. Di ba parang binookmark ko na yun? Control-Shift-B. Oh, live na pala si Dart Microtransaction eh. 18 minutes before it starts. Okay, okay. I'll probably need to put this on. I need to put this on. Windows.
and Twitch, where you can find his Twitch as well in case the
Okay.
power does actually
And
go
yan,
down.
naka-standby na yung
etc.
live stream
So
ng
if
Path of
something
Exile
happens over
once
here and
na
my
it's live.
internet goes down,
We
which
will,
is a
I will be
possibility
changing
right now,
to Path of
there
I will
is
be
no
changing to a watch
way
party
for me to
later.
solve that. I'm in Alaska, and where I'm set up, there's no way for me. It's just legitimately a logistical issue, and I've had no storms except for literally today for some reason.
Okay.
So
Little Birdie told me that if you do Prime sub over a DM's channel, actually helps his power be more stable. So do use your
Very
Primes.
very nice. Check your PayPal.
Yeah. At least it told me that it didn't hurt the chances if it fails.
You gotta love that the only day my power is flickering, like the lights are flickering and stuff, are literally on the day that we're doing this live stream. Like it literally could not be worse timing.
Yeah.
Sticks.
It's really unfortunate. So hopefully it'll won't be an issue. Hopefully.
You need the flea worth.
Holy moly!
Need to pick
million
some.
subs.
Wait, what's that?
Good.
You got the mud all over me.
Back in the
Dick.
server, man.
Oy, nice. Huh? Skull? Lame.
Shout out to my boy Darth for been doing this for over a year now.
Junk.
Well, I didn't realize it's been a year on the podcast already.
It's actually crazy. Actual year.
Moral.
1 year, huh?
Yeah. And now we're in PoE 2.
Oh man, insane amounts. I appreciate all the subs. You guys absolutely do not have to do that, but thank you. Everything's good. You don't even have to sub for the ads or anything because there will be no ads for this interview. But thanks regardless. Follow my boy Ghazi and shout him out there. 20,000 people. Crazy amount of people. It's like I'm actually kind of surprised. To be honest, it's that many people
What number of
watching this.
Dick.
'Cause, I mean, I hit 22,000 on launch of the game. We're getting the numbers that are literally larger than like 20,530 people. If we get another 2,000 people in here, then it's going to literally be
another
larger
bone?
than my largest day.
So,
ever
parang it's a big-
wise. That's actually kind of
L-
insane.
Crazy.
mga certain ano, we
I mean,
just
that
desecrated
and,
some
December
graves of a
quote
random
was,
person.
Neck on neck on most subscribed to channels on the platform. Top 50 or top 20 even.
Rhubarb.
So crazy.
Well, let's try not to fuck up the interview then.
I'm
guess
hearing a
that's-
werewolf.
I might as well use the restroom before we get started.
I'm hearing
You do that?
wolves.
All right, take it away, Ghazi. I
The
trust you. No
stream
meaning,
is
but-
mine. Let's talk about minions, everybody. Okay.
Liagarak.
Now I got a lot. Like one of the things we always so the tavern talk was always meant to be me and Darth calling up each other and be like, yo, let's
9
call a
p.m.
friend,
for me.
and then just have a
Onting oras na lang
conversation and just see
papasok.
where the
9
conversation
p.m.
goes,
Night shift ka
basically go
pala,
from
no?
there.
Denny.
And also
Enjoy
some
pa sa
boost.
adventuring Kuya Kurix. Thank you,
But when
thank
we have
you.
interviews, we have to be professional, so
Yeah.
we don't do that. So we actually prep questions.
I-ano ko na nga lang.
Problem with Jonathan.
Since this is also my first Acorn, Chantel. Nine AM po ang pasok. Matutulog ka na rin. Hula ko dito na nag-raid si Cosmos. Yep, dito nga. Cosmos was here earlier. Morning, morning! Inaantay na lang niya magsimula yung Path of Exile to stream. Taas. Taas. Okay. Horsetail, Flyagaric. Stick. Death Cap. Wait. Where are we? Point of in. Where is the thieves dead? Ayun. Okay, we're ready. Let's go. Oh, morning, Ruby. How are you? Hi. I'm dead. Survive at 1 HP, then fully restore your health. I'm dead. Second wind. I'm dead again. No. I don't have any item. I don't have any sword. Equip. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I'm gonna die. I live. Amazing. Amazing, I live. I live to tell the tale. Let me rest. Ay, my goodness. Sa stream niya ako nakatulog. Mm. Okay, I think magsisimula na rin yung rag. 25 bottle of oil covered in oil. May ano rin siya, no? Parang form of parang random generation. Itong game. Let's do it again. Let's level up while we're here. Oh, may reveal din. Maybe I should change it to Path of Exile stream. You call that? Official Path of Exile 2 dev reveal and interview. Maybe we should do that. Maybe I should. No. No. I'll just put it here. Maybe I'll turn it into a highlight so everyone can react to it later. Cupboard. Okay, nothing. White radish. Rope. Another rope. I think they're about to begin. Five minutes. 5 more minutes. Shit. Hi. I'm gonna die again. Fuck that shit. I kept on dying. My goodness, I'm dead again. And I didn't even save, I think. Okay. At least they have a backup plan. Starts in 2 minutes. Grants 2.5 pyromantic power for each burning tile within vision. Doubles the bonus for each adjacent burning tile. Grants 33 fire resistance receiving fire damage. Grants 10% spell energy cost for 3 turns for each time an enemy within vision is ignited. For each magic nature, Backfire chance 24%. No, I will be sticking to this. Oh, level up. Nice one, bro. I think may reveal din eh. So we will see later. 5, 4. Let's go.
To 0.1.
Ito na, live na. Let's go.
This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address
This
relatively
week?
quickly without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth
Oh,
stressing that just
no.
because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping.
Endgame
We've made a lot
mapping.
of changes.
Finally.
First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts.
Okay.
You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire,
Okay.
Bluff,
New tower. Or new tower.
and Mesa.
Mesa. Well, at least it's a new
We've
area.
also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
What?
We're now also spawning more maps with bosses.
I
The rate
finally.
was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've
Yeah.
increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Oh, very
Strongboxes
good.
also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about visibility of effects.
Visibility
Many
of
maps
effects.
had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground
Yon.
from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them.
Oh.
Both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some
Well, at
effects
least
to
they
make
added
sure
an
that they
aura
always
effect
visible.
now. It will
In
be much
addition,
easier to see.
Elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved.
Yon.
Stick around for longer before they explode and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Okay, at least.
Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they
Volatile
explode.
plants.
Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Oh, nice.
done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps.
Okay.
We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also
Okay.
now show the biome of a map on the hover for it.
Biome on the hover floor.
For other
Leagues.
in-game content
Oy, ito
systems,
na.
we're focusing on getting all the rewards
Leagues.
in line with what they should be.
May league, so
For
I think
Delirium, we
Chinito
recently
mentioned this
fixed a bug
earlier.
which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the expedition and ritual bosses. For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the Ritual tribute window 60% more often.
Okay, so that's...
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, But we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on.
So when will this update?
Now, one of the major concerns that
Pinnacle
we're often
content.
seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long. And
True.
that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Oh, at least,
To
diba?
address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts.
Ayun naman pala, at
Respawns
least
can
may
only
sig-
be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt,
nice,
so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get,
Oh,
but you should know
ayos
the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as
I
well over
haven't
time.
tried yung mga Pinnacle na yan. Well, of course,
Another
it's a
thing that
Pinnacle. It's
players have
the
noticed
end
is that
game.
there are less keys from Farad and Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out, though, that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses.
Okay.
A lot
Item
of people have reported
changes.
that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming.
True.
Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too.
Yeah, true.
In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun
Well,
too.
at
when you
least
have
they,
some
they
great
added
uniques to
more
use.
stuff. They added more effects sa
We're also
uniques.
changing a few
So parang
other
minsan
things to
yung
make
uniques
finding
are
rares better at
really
high levels too.
underwhelming.
First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods.
What?
Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type.
But
This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
ay, finally.
Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can
You
be
can now
nasty if you
overwrite
encounter
it with
them.
a different socket.
This patch contains a pass
think
adjusting a
people will
large
love
number
that.
of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full
Exiles
list for
will
the
love
patch
that.
notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The
Okay.
Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
I don't know if...
Plague Bearers Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing.
Oy, nice.
Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those.
Okay.
One of the big
Oy,
issues
item
for players
filters on
consoles
console.
is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can.
Yeah.
For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast
Why
as
do
possible.
they still need to
Later on,
go
we'll
on the
improve user
website?
experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website.
Though? Yeah.
This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate. Like buffing armor and scavenged plating. Showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger.
Okay.
The Song of the Exiles.
Fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town.
Is that supposed to be an issue before? Or
And plenty of
copyright?
other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now,
For
we have a huge amount
FPS
of much
issues
more
AMD
meta-shifting
sana
changes that we
ma-address.
know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
Okay.
That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in
that's
the
it.
future. Later.
That's it. Okay.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome. We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here.
Okay.
You will hear no audio, and it'll just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment.
Okay,
here.
hopefully they ask the right questions. Starting audio testing and prep. Okay. So maybe we can focus on where's my avatar? We can play the game. While they are setting things up. Yeah, maybe you can just put it here. Path of Exile stream. And while I'm playing the game. Okay. Hopefully they don't take too long, no? How do I do this? Since baka hindi ko rin makita yung stream. Yan. This one. Yeah. Let me just increase this. Dart microtransactions. Listen to the Path of Exile dev reveal. Okay, while playing the game that I have been dying constantly. Okay, let's put it there. Then let's crank up the volume again. Okay, map. Fully use the map. How many times will we do this? I've already read this a couple of times already. Shift tab. Add one right there.
Of audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right. And then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes, but yeah, no, it's really good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It
Awesome
seems
to hear.
it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial.
It might already been rolled
exciting.
out.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have like a bad experience. I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state. Like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own.
Sure,
to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So,
So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have the be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like this map's really good and this map isn't, and we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right? In games we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that in-game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it and you're like, what the? I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of a spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Val Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like if so, I mean, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed.
But
a lot of that contributes to like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that yes are just like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're gonna have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're gonna get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds.
The bad case of this though was definitely the tower map, because it was it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address because like it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open.
A lot.
Less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone sustain.
I think I get where they're coming from.
This will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like, that's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you upgrades and so on. Like, that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty and dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, like, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But you know, from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, you know, I try and I'm gonna see how it is for myself, and okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. You know, so we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience. But we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, you know, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like, you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of like wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we like need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like, there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time. It's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to like understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing, is just like, yeah, effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so, you know,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can, or sometimes don't, provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, you know, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. You know, it's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like,
yeah,
for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we're going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, And like we were like, are we gonna like we knew we would get time to sort out the arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. But yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it. Is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide like, okay, so we can't really let you have
Based
the,
on Sanhos's
the
opinion,
like you
this
can't
means
reset the whole map
nothing is
because then
going
you'd
to
get
be
the
nerfed.
drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we
Unless
put a checkpoint on the thing, and that means
i-release
you have to
nila
like do
yung
some
detailed
someone has to go write some
patch
code to like
notes.
make the breach thing work
Doon
correctly for
siguro nila
checkpoints.
i-detail yung
No,
mga
it's just like
nerfs.
random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a, you know, a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know.
I'd say King in the
Yeah,
Mist.
yeah.
King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's
Right.
an isolated boss fight in
Sure,
a room
sure.
with nothing else going on.
Yeah.
But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a
Sure.
sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
because yeah, that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what
Well,
happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so, we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, you know, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know,
Maybe.
when he summons the
Didn't
sandstorm,
see
and you
the
get
show.
protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die, and in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you're like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
Speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, you know, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know. Yeah,
All right.
Parang ano
yeah,
yun eh,
I
yung
can tell you.
Genshin
Like,
na
I see the thing is,
summoning
I'm tempted
ritual
to
eh.
actually do something weird like that now, just to like, you know, just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing weird going on
It
there.
is. It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did
yeah,
catch
it's
in the
just RNG,
video.
that's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
Oh, so but basically all that is literally just that there where you start is just a radius
Yung sa
you
mga
have to get
tower,
to
may
before
mga-
they start
mga
spawning. But after
cadavers,
that point, it's
they're
just they
pointing
just
at
spawn
this
the same rate.
direction.
And we just moved it closer just
Lols.
because since you can't really tell like where the like. That's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more
Oh,
detail?
sorry, it wasn't mobs that I think, because it was in the item section and maybe you misheard that slightly, but
Maybe I
the
did.
bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like there were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes, and then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could
occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out.
F-down, boy.
The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the
number.
The reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway, I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant... No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers
tier 19, tier
like
18, tier
T1
17.
is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. Like probably.
enough.
Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality,
At least
one
kung
of the
nagsimula sila
most
sa tier
requested
1,
editions,
tier
item
1,
filters coming to console.
tier 2,
so
tier
I'm sure
3, tier
people are
4.
very excited about that.
Kesa
Speaking
yung
of the
tier
topic of
20, magsisimula ka sa
consoles,
20,
can we
tapos
expect more quality of life things coming to
not
console?
an
For
issue,
instance, I
though.
very commonly see asked for things like text UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then test and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Yeah.
Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Takte, you have to be high to hear
putting
the
aside
words of
bugs
Marcus
and
say.
tuning that is expected for early
Developer
access
talk kasi yung mga pinagsasabi.
what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah, I had my whole like, okay, obviously people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second. And then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, you know, when you one
Have a
week
great
in and
day.
someone's like, here's my 450
Yo,
million DPS
Justin.
build that hits
Morning.
the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the
Thank you for
3-player party, and I'm
tuning
like,
in, and
well,
happy
where are
Monday
we?
morning.
Like, what happened?
the thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would
I'm just
kind of be a
playing
normal
some
fight.
Stoneshard.
But in
and
reality,
listening
the
to
first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely
GGG
like a
dev
disaster
team
because
talk
like
about
they
that
just had
recent,
some build that was
reveal.
because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one-shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
I mean,
yes,
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want, we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs, and there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever, and so there would, from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously there's going to have to be some changes because, like, you know, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that you know, in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be like a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer, but that is also what we're working on in the background as well. Is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that
no
sort of what
nerfs
I'm
though.
taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't. I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
You know, because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not in this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new. Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
Like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something
How
that we
about yung
will do a
hard
mid-league nerf
crashes?
to address. But ideally in such a way where it still leaves the builds perfectly viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying
and
what's going on.
the other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always.
Right.
We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage. And then we make a note of it, or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do. And so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the, you know, economy/league reset kind of point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. Appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
Ako, mukhang
All right. So
napa-aham sila.
this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it, and this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing, this was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that, so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than being so like rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the node afterwards to say that that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff. Means that you that's log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation working out what's happening here. But that seems to be what occurred.
Harmless.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all the stuff about that. But that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense, but that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so it's kind of one of those things where we will do it, but we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? The two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about what personal information can they give you, and then now it's storing personal information, and then what's the GDPR implications of that? And there's just it's just a whole rabbit hole of just random policy stuff that all kind of comes around to that stuff. Effectively, What I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts.
Bilis
You
siya
can bet on
magsalita,
that.
no?
And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything, so appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes, so if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like that's like, I think that it works. Things work the best when you kind of got like like releases that are fairly large, that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked
Pero
about
kailan
as
yung
soon as we
release
can.
ng balance patch?
But in order to do a
This is
patch like that,
basically
you need
the
to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that
reveal.
you know, people actually come back and play it and like that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. Like so we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this, but I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times, because like if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so there would be so imagine we release one act, right? It's like, how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like, you know, like it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like, and what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, you know. So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
Damned if you do,
yeah.
damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic 5. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic 5 in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is like a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but like, you know, it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games. Which, again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things, and we pick the most, what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, you know, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
A follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live with people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. Yeah, like, I don't think it's been our primary concern, like, this week, because of the fact that, like, there's other things that we think, you know, like, we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like, that's the kind of, you know, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where, like, it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So yeah, that's I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah, I see what
rarity.
you mean. Yep, that's a
Yeah,
very
so
good
what
point.
is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity. But you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency. It increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because like you don't care about like whatever transmutes are
and
dropping.
augments
You only
become-
care
yeah.
about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well,
Yeah,
it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively
sure.
and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like
Right.
that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure.
because of the
No, yeah,
pseudo
well,
quantity.
absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like,
Uy,
but bear in mind
may
that
kinakatay dun.
yeah,
Mayab yun!
I sort of
Lurky,
often
lurky
say,
lang ako,
like when the
Rex
community has a
Bedtime na,
problem,
have a
this is an
great stream.
invitation
Thank
for us
you,
to
thank you.
understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way
Maya,
isn't
good
necessarily exactly what the
morning.
community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So, speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So, let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop. Or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in in-game?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But yeah, like it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. Yeah, I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
But there are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down, you know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things.
So walang buff anytime sa warrior.
Spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that there's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2, that results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1, but in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where
level up,
like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to, like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with, and so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I do need. I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. There's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense, and so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
Well, like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating, as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then, yeah, a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider, that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
What do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just
Brutal nga si Dart.
So moving forward here, we have
Hindi nila
charms.
nasagot
So I
yung
saw that there were some notable changes in relation to
medyo
charms. That was a
combative
great
si
change to be
Dart.
able to see when they're actually
Hindi masyadong maganda
activated
yung
as well
interview
as
si
the charms
Dart.
that are there as well. So some
at least
clarity
he's
in relation
honest
to charms.
about
I don't
it.
know if I saw whether or not charms in particular actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least like one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. That certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. There probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slowed, protect you from slows. And honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows, and so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players, at least. It's like, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love, for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
I might change to a different
Following up on the
jump
charms
class.
there, any thoughts regarding adding
Alam
more
niyo
charm
yun,
slots
I
for
started
unique?
playing
It
this
feels
game
really
5 hours and
hindering
46
it could be
minutes.
when
I
it
haven't
comes to the top of the
progressed that far on the game.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because Like, there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, +1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way. Yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's
probably.
no harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, speaking of belts and trading unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we'll talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like
Well,
one
there's
thing,
just-
of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like, I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there,
Yeah.
and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one. Like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that, like, there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism, and so that like.
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure.
Like,
So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because crafting would always get you something better.
Crafting on the
like
fly.
that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said,
but,
if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the
Ang
omen
hirap din
system
kapag
to do
yung
more there.
kamay nila,
Of course,
you know,
people
their
would
hands
argue
are
then they don't
tiny.
want that to be the core
Kasi basically,
crafting
mayroon na
system to
silang
be
mga
gated behind
naka-line up.
ritual, as opposed to core drop,
Upon
which is
releasing
then
ng
another
Acts 4, 5,
consideration to
and
make,
6,
and you
pero
get
they can't
this
fully
cascading series
release that
of
kasi-
questions and stuff we need to answer, of which you
Early
know,
access pa lang eh.
need to
I think
think about it
that's-
more and look more. But yeah,
Pero
certainly
they
there
have
is the
to
feedback
address
of
yung
like
ilan sa mga
the
community
crafting
concerns.
is too slot machiney. Is something
Ang
we're
hirap din
listening
kasi
to
yung
and we have
masyadong
seen,
deterministic
and
eh.
it is.
Eh pag ganun eh,
I'd
parang
say that
maka-flood
is
na yung
more
market
towards
ng
our top 10
pare-parehas na
list of
item.
things to discuss and
Parang
solve
nawawala na
sooner
yung,
than later.
ayun na nga, yung,
I
ay
think
nakigets
that
ko yung kung saan sila
deterministic
nanggagaling.
crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se. It's lack of options to craft with. Is
True,
the slot machine crafting. We have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's Divining, and you know, whatever we're doing with the
sure.
items. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now, you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some
Exalted,
chaos
tapos
orb.
i-divine.
And the meta crafts, which are, you know, behind the Omis, that's a different topic.
Dapat may tanggalin ka na
We're gonna
specific
tackle
line.
it a bit here,
Maglagay
we're
sila
talking
ng
about
new orb that would remove
but
a
the
specific
crafting has
line,
less
not
to do
a
with
random
deterministic
line.
approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even that if that means, you know, RNG and then next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just be that will solve itself over time.
Right.
Oh,
because as we
kasi-
just add more stuff
kasi
during early
currently
access,
kasi
there's
yung
just going to be
orb
more and more of those
nila,
kinds of, you know, crazy systems.
replace a random value.
But we'll make sure
What
that
if
like
isa
I
yung
say
ayaw
over
mo ng
time, it's not
lightning
like
damage
there's
na
something
yun.
inevitable
Ayun
about
lang yung
it
gusto
for
mong
sure.
tanggalin.
But
Eh,
because it
gumamit
is
ka nung isang orb,
a bigger
iba
problem
yung
now, we
natanggal.
would make sure
Yung
that we
magandang
try and ensure that
yung
as we're
magandang
adding more
stat yung
content, it
natanggal.
is leaning
Ayun yung
towards
sinasabi
adding more
nila.
options
Para
there
at
and
least
solving
give us
these
an
problems that
option.
people have.
May
As
nandun pa
opposed
rin
to
yung
just like,
gambling, tsaka yung
we'll do
lottery.
something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing,
Mali nga naman si Gazi.
content created by more
bakit mali
towards
si Gazi?
solving the problems as opposed
Yung
to,
sa runes
you know,
si Gazi.
when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly
ayun yung proper.
this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair.
Magdagdag sila ng
Not going to go too
bagong
deep into
orb,
it, but following
or
up to
palitan
the
nila yung
state of
effect ng
trading,
chaos
I
orb,
mean, obviously
o
we
yung
have
i-replace
trading
yung
being
orb.
in its state that it is, but
Although yun nga, mas
there's the
mawawala yung
volatility
RNG element na parang
of
gusto
the
nilang
market's
pinupush.
economy being player-based. For now, we have
Now
a
it
golden
will keep
standard
you
of trading
going,
divine
parang
orbs,
going back.
which quite literally
Paulit-ulit
holds
to get
literally
yung
close
perfect
to
gear.
zero value in terms of actual player usage.
Which is
outside of
parang
a
ganun
handful
yung
of
itsura rin
specific
yung sa
items,
Genshin Impact yung
and
mga
is
artifacts.
only
Kasi
is
you really can't
representative of
get
trade
yung
power
perfect.
in
Pero
the
minsan
community.
it happens.
And since there is no natural divine orb sync, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sync, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, you know, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price
of a divine is
the
going
value
up.
of a divine is going
The
up. Okay,
item value, yeah.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, you know, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I
Maybe
mean,
there's not enough.
we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do,
is,
we
is
do.
another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for, you know.
And of course, the
entire
thing in
player
PoE1
base.
where things were priced in
But
that
we have
currency
to give
can
them
help, but
credit,
we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll
They're
just
able
like
to
find a way to
face
sync
yung mga
them, I
ganitong
suppose.
harsh
But
criticism.
ideally, ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing
Yung di mo
themselves due to
never
the fact that there's
makakuha
enough
yung
things you
ganyang
want to
klase
reroll
ng
values on, like
transparency sa
uniques you want to
Diablo
reroll values on.
for
I'm actually curious to know whether people are
developers.
even really bothering with
Nor-
that. Like,
Nor they will answer
are
yung
people
mga
actually bothering to
YouTubers.
reroll unique values.
That is something
some,
that I
but
appreciate.
Not many.
Ingenuity.
You won't,
fair
no,
enough.
well,
They
yeah,
might
many.
not
Astra
answer
Mentis.
everything na
That's
favorable
like the
sa
two
atin,
main
but
ones,
at
I
least
think. Like,
they're-
no one's gonna
they're
pop a
Right.
Divine Orb on a Ventur's Gamble. So it's like, that's literally gambling.
Mhm.
But like in PoE 1, we have the option of meta crafting being a currency sink for Divine Orbs.
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
former
yeah.
Exalted. So it creates natural
Well,
flow,
I
but
think
also provides
they
this crafting
are
method
itong
for
si
people to actually
Gazi wants a
kinda,
specific type of ano na
help the
gusto
specific
niya
crafting
maging
that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens,
deterministic.
and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot, the subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
Right.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I guess.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
Well, we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so
Yes.
hopefully
Yes,
that
yes, that's but I
helps
mean
to
that
some degree. But
yeah.
I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks, and then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency.
Ang papangit kasi ng mga uniques.
I mean,
Fair
I
enough.
suspect
Even
it's
at
a bit of
higher
everything,
difficulty,
yeah.
parang okay, you already have the unique.
So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here. as
Hopefully
we're
kapag
about
ni-roll out na nila yung
halfway
update sa
through-
mga uniques.
Well, over halfway through the
Maski
interview.
yung mga,
So,
kasi ako
we're going to
tinatago
talk a
ko
little
lang
bit
yung mga
about state of
uniques ko eh.
in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, this, and then you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the things, stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. You can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the Breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in Breach because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. There's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
Like
about.
hundreds.
Yeah.
Like actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So like that.
Dikit-dikit nga yung mga
There was a
breach
joke if we could release
monsters.
reduce breach monster density by 20% and the players wouldn't even see it because it would just result in less error messages for us. There are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap.
Live na ba yung patch?
And there's probably a few more adjustments.
It's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still
already live.
Right. So there's just stuff like we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Or may oras pa.
How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1 we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations. So you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like we're not happy with how the quest. The quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a feeling of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. Still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep like. We fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago, but like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting, and like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at end game just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to end game of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to end game, and as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here, because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying, and it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But you certainly, a lot of people are getting to end game and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. You know, where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, you know, all these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design.
Okay.
And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and you know,
there's some
a lot of people probably aren't really getting into
NPCs
based on the tutorialization. They're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff, and then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard, and they're dying, and so yeah, it's not.
And maybe because it's not the full game.
It's friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players. It's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be.
3, 4, 5, and 6. Who knows? Baka yung
that being
mga gusto
said,
nilang
like
idagdag na
obviously.
doon sa
There is
na yun.
also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just like
I think that's
obliterating everything everywhere.
Kaya
You don't have all
kasi,
those like
well, it's
story
not
events
Zelda,
breaking up
it's
your
not the
flow of
end game.
gameplay. It's just
It's
like
basically the mid
map,
game.
kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, you know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know. But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how to blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, you know, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out a while, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to. Like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because you know that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, you know, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. and you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
But
yeah,
you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of, like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps, and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution. Like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah. It's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like, it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So, I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? Let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage over time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE 1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE 1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Know that one?
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE 1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE 1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
But it's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid. I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things, and I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like we started with in PoE2 with a lot of things having like going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled.
Hi,
against
Gwen.
energy shield
I-clip
types
muna
of
ako, Correx.
So,
Enjoy lang sa
feelings on
stream.
that, is that
Thank you,
something
thank
that's just
you,
like, oh, that's as
Gwen.
intended?
In-clip lang?
Bleed
Tulog muna
on
kaya?
energy shield.
Ilong slip muna.
If you're running like a,
You can-
unless you break the
Marunong
energy
pa sa
shield, your
matutulog.
hit's not going to apply bleed on the energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
Wait.
I don't think that's even true.
the
Is that
thing
not?
with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does,
Yeah,
but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be,
that
how it
is
was.
meant to work.
Yeah, it's
I
supposed
only,
to be the.
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy of it. Look, and then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
Bleed was actually supposed
Not
to be like an
supposed- yeah.
anti-mage mechanic, not a like,
What?
you know, like as in like you can
Yeah,
bleed
yeah,
someone
yeah.
past their energy shield. So
Well, if,
like that
if
was kind
you
of the
are
idea
right,
there. So
and I'm wrong,
Yeah.
then Quinn has thrown me under the bus. Because I asked that question from him, so...
well, again, we'll
we could easily be wrong. Like it's amazing
it
how.
also could
yeah.
be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is
Right.
another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never
Yeah.
got it live or something. Who knows? Like,
Yeah,
I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
Okay, good.
All right, moving forward here, we are on elements, and now we are into ascendancy swapping. Is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have re-speaking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But like, we're not going to ignore, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players, where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point at the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So kind of does. I don't really think that really holds much water.
It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly. But you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, so time to kill, pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended assign something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of like extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous, and we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't like it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
Mamatay ka na
So,
naman!
map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is
This
this
game's
sort
so
of
freaking hard.
one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being
It's
strictly
freaking hard
rare mob
because,
clearance?
ewan ko, pinipilit ko kasi yung...
I suspect as we
Pero
get to
hindi, dapat
answering the
bad,
exact same thing we
dapat
talked about
ano siya
before,
eh.
with the more objective driven
what
and
do you call
low
this?
There might be more
tutorialization,
Either-
we'll probably expand on
It's
that.
either that or...
The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and
you don't want bad
into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
Duncan Woodsman in.
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there, and part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that, and how you acquire the points. Again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that, but ideally each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way. which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just gonna throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah.
It'll be done soon.
We wanted it there
Done
for
soon.
release.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Be done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister, and it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only
Okay,
have
yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet. So,
Oh,
it's just not something
no.
that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yep.
in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah. We'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game, and is there any plans around making this a little bit
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what do the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
It's just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
you
To be
know,
addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards, where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down, and we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU.
Pero kung
But
magiging
annoyingly,
maayos
we're also
naman
told
after nung
that the
turning
next
on na
version,
yun,
like
just
NVIDIA
to
told
help
us
them
that the next
debug.
version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So like, I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So yeah, there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there. At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them, and then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So we'll try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty-gritty. Let's talk about Hodor. Minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like, this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like, what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like,
Parang hindi siya
we've done that,
tinatamnan.
and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like, it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's, like, smarter somehow that, like, fixes that issue.
Grabe,
One thing we
lakas.
are planning on doing, just
Ang
as like
lakas
just as an initial
nun.
test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is, and at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about. With
For sure,
build,
for sure.
For them rubber banding to you resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah, yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there's a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? I thought we did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a damage perspective, not hugely. No. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And so
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively?
Sure.
And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So, like, I guess
it's really
bone offering was meant to be one of those examples of, like, boss slams coming, and then... But also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive, and how do I do this at the same time? So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do?
Kahit pa sabihin mong you have
The problem is, as soon as you get into this
healing yung
build,
sa mga
the level of
minions,
like detail that you
can't
have to
really
do,
heal them
where you not
as
only have
much.
to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first. And then we'll probably get back to the boss-specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant used convocation could be a solution to that, which would also help with the body.
I think
a lot
what
of
they
people
can do is parang add
make
ng
them
invulnerability time.
and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other questions, not wasting much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change
Yeah,
that.
we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits, and sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like
or-
a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's
Our
going on.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll
Yeah.
get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is, given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, this is a dead feature, like, it may as well not exist. And then all of a sudden it was at least something that I was okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did. So there's just more to do though, of course.
I got plenty more other minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectre's when.
So fairly soon. It took more work than we expected actually. Like there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the
It's
monster
dynamic.
designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2 there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue, and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud, and so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is
still true.
Well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be an interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank, where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like, I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make spectres of all of them, which is almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally. Do you have
I
any
believe that's
feeling-
resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
believe.
he's ridiculous.
I
Got
saw it on
Thank
the
you.
list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Yeah,
It
sure.
was
there's something.
it was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or
Yeah.
something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after
He's
the
insane.
patch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we'll make more changes
Yeah.
if needed. Yeah.
OP.
Yeah.
Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
It's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So, for
Right.
any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like, we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind, and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the
visually
intention
tell
is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that are give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like, when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like, just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like, it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like, it's just this freaking it's a cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
There will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I mean, I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. You can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High level. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel. It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like, you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva normally does this.
For that, what was there was something very broken at the end and we quickly turned it off, but I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left,
fix
and
it.
we got through all of them. Okay, so
Yeah.
Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the reward. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I
that
want
as
to
a-
add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know.
Hey,
That's just
Shishi,
how
good
I
morning.
feel. But
We'll allow you to change.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay, movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or I mean, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that like, yeah, I think it's good.
I mean,
physical
like
on a weapon.
if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
In
to be able to-
general, no. Like,
Yeah.
if you're looking at like, you know,
Like, we're not going to be World of Warcraft, like,
Yeah.
like UI mod type there. But yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like,
Morning,
I wish we could do this, then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of
Sure.
what
More
it
of a
is.
generic
Yeah.
question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's
there's something not right about it.
there's
but
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of
Nag-uusap sila
development, the
as-
size of the
as
player,
steps.
instead of changing the size of all the monsters.
Mhm.
And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that, in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself.
Yeah.
In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Lentil.
Yeah. So I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think that pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, you know,
bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah. So I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's it, guys. You want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, you know, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above it. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you
Yeah,
later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but thanks for your time.
No problem.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my
Oh,
last
we don't
one.
know how long it's been.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I think they're going. I don't know what their plan is, or if they're going to have a discussion.
Go.
We're back on camera and everything there too. All right. Holy moly. All right, chat. Sorry, we tried, guys. Look, we had 70 something plus questions. We went over the allotted time that we had. We did our best to get all of your guys' questions. I know we missed some of them that you guys wanted to talk about. We did literally the best we can. I know there's tons of specific questions you said, you're wanting to ask about the Huntress or the Druid, et cetera, et cetera. We did what we could. So,
Highly
appreciate
unlikely
y'all
na
watching.
they will
Thanks to
release
GGG
yung
for the
info na yan.
opportunity. And there's the raid as well. So that was about as good as we could do, realistically. I'm actually impressed we got through as many questions as we could. Damn near held them at gunpoint there at the end to try to get through these. But good job, lovely co-host Ghazi.
Yeah, good job, DM. I think we had like 95% questions completely taken in the community. I feel like we did what we could to make sure the community got their voices heard as well. So I hope you guys that were watching enjoyed it. I hope you guys got most of your questions answered at least. And yeah, no, thank you, DM. It's been lovely working with you for over a year now, and this, we got more coming, so I'm very happy with it. Especially the ending, dude. I would not have been able to do that with someone else. Like, that was so smooth.
I had to rapid fire through. We literally had like over 30 questions left. You guys we had 30 questions left, and we were over by 15 minutes. So I'm like, I have to, reel them in very quick.
Yeah. We were like deleting messages. Okay, let's just get this one out. And we're like, okay, do I take it from here? Okay, move that one up. Let's prioritize these. Go.
Yeah, good job on the document there in the middle. But that was great, man. My birthday's tomorrow, so that was a lovely birthday present to be able to host this too. So sometimes it's a little surreal being able to do all that. But
that's awesome.
That's it. I mean, we did. All right, boys, it's a wrap. GG's. Thanks everyone for being here. I got nothing but love for y'all. Appreciate it. Thanks for everyone watching, restreaming, and to my co-host and all the people generating questions. And I know there's plenty of streamers and stuff out there with other questions. We tried to get to as many of them as we could, boys. So
you did what you
till
can.
next time, I suppose. What's your plans here? Are you going for the rest of the evening?
Yeah, at least a little bit.
All right. Tell you what.
Okay, so that's it. That's the dev reveal of the. I don't know what time will they be able to. I think I'll also call this a night. I'll sleep this one off to save. Man, this game's really hard. Biruin yun, of all the 6 hours and 49 minutes, of course, most of that is we are also listening to the podcast. I really haven't progressed as much. It's really that tough. Tama nga si Chinito earlier na it's really a tough game to a ridiculous level. Lalo na if parang yung mga enemies are flocking you all over the place. And it has some elements of roguelike as well. Kasi I think I died a number of times, of course. I died a number of times. And every time na you respawn, the area or the map changes. The monster locations, even the layout itself also changed. So that's interesting, to say the least. Pero with that, ulit tayo sa settings, sound, and okay, and apply, and ang lakas ng sound effects, no? Settings, sound, SFX, naka 100. Dialogues, yeah. Music. Apply. Confirm. continue. Ayan. It was really hard. That's what she said. Siguro kung ibang character to, I would have experienced way better experience.
I gotta get my YouTube chat up and running. They've been neglected for so long now.
What? Okay. So he raided Gazi.
They've been neglected, man.
Sheesh. My goodness. Gazi's character is like divine. Okay. I thought who started singing Papara Papap eh. Pero with that, let's return, save and exit. Yes, to the main menu. And that's it. That's our episode 1 of our Stoneshard. Man, that's really a tough game, and yet I'm still curious as to what the game still has to offer. It was really tough, and it made me want to really save a lot. Pero of course, if you save, you die, you get hungry. It's really a serious balancing issue. So I don't know if I'm going to restart my game with a different character, because so far from my 6 hours and 55 minutes of playing the game, I haven't really progressed on that first contract. Again, that's just the first. Just think about this. On any regular game, yung first quest would be so easy to do. I think by around 6-hour mark, you probably are on around quest number 20, pero I'm only just on the first quest. It's really that hard, so it's really punishing. They were not kidding when they said it's punishing. And maybe the Basokis in me likes what I experience, pero let's see next time if I can push with this content. And with that, that's Stoneshard, and let's roll the credits. Thank you to the subscribers who dropped by today. We have Chitatos, Darling Harbor, AGG, Inheriar, Ishi, Laukin VT, Tito Zone. For the raids, we have Cosmos Sama. For the chatters, we have Oblivionate, Bomadom, Chitatos, Chinito, Chocoloco 101, Citrix 20, Cosmos Sama, Darling Harbor, Dense Gaming, Domingo, Discrossen, AGG, Inheriar, Farqueen, Ishi, J-Slab, TB, Joyberry, Furu, Cocombear, Laukin VT, Let's, Los Nico, Mayam Biol, Marco Angelo, Mark 17, Marcus, Mr. Quickie D, Nice One Bro, Invisible Shaya, Polexia Star, Rex Justin, Sir Dapper Smurf, Suckdown, Sam Paulo, Tito Zone, Cindy TV, and Zaynia L. And you can copy and paste this raid message. We're about to raid. Thank you for joining the stream and joining the raid. Ayan, medyo tahimik na rin ako kasi it's anong oras na rin, and I think it's already daytime. Matutulog na rin tayo. You can copy and paste that raid message to containing general emotes. And for our subscribers, you can copy and paste this raid message containing our tier 1 emotes. And thank you everyone for joining us. Okay, and let's find someone to raid. Sino ba pwede nating i-raid? Let's raid hopefully somebody na hindi pa natin na-raid. Let's raid tignan natin, wait. Let me check.
Ayaw mo ako, bili ako, uy.
Tara, let's raid Kuya Jomski. He's currently playing some Valorant. Papasok ko na muna kayo sa kanya, guys. I have a couple of criteria for raiding. Usually yung mga kakilala natin na Filipino streamer as well. Mga hindi natin na raids or games na may playing similar content same as ours. Of course, this is a bit of an older title. Tara, let's raid Kuya Jomski, who's currently playing some Valorant. And with that, thank you so much. Thank you for also listening yung mga reaction natin kanina dun sa dev stream ng Grinding Gear Games with Dart Microtransaction and Gazi TV. And with that, thank you. And I'll leave you with a short, heartfelt message. thanks for doing. And tulog-tulog na din. Good morning, Ishi. Thank you, thank you. Nakatulog, nandito ako. Pagising, nandito pa rin ako. Yes, because mga nasa 6 hours yung stream. Thank you, guys. Rating. Ten, 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 ten. Tan, 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 tan. Let's go, guys. Thank you, thank you. Rating.